1. Start of a journey. Hey guys, this is my Naruto/Pokemon crossover. I wanted to do this one for a while, so here it is. It will mainly follow the cartoon series with Naruto traveling alongside Ash. Naruto will be in the Pokemon universe, so no ninja abilities, but he will be smarter than his normal anime version. So hope you guys like it, enjoy. I'm altering the ages a little bit to make it seem a bit more realistic. Ash, 13/May, 13/Max, 9/Brock, 16/Naruto, 15. The Maelstrom Researcher. The journey begins. Insert Pokemon movie theme. Pokemon. Dazzling and awe-inspiring. The amazing creatures that thrive on this planet. In numbers virtually too numerous to count, possibly hundreds and thousands, but numerous and varied to be sure. People and Pokemon, competing together against others in the Pokemon battle. And hoping to one day become champions. Living together, and reaching out together as friends and comrades. Among those people are Pokemon researchers and scientists. People who dedicate their lives to studying and figuring out the mystery that is the world of Pokemon. Throughout the various regions of the world, each with their own unique Pokemon, researchers and professors work on analyzing the many Pokemon. In the Hoenn region, the main professor would be Professor Birch in his lab in Little Root Town. The main Pokemon researcher and starting point for many beginning trainers as the first stop to pick up their first Pokemon. But in Hoenn, there is another group of accomplished Pokemon scientists who happen to work with Professor Birch and many of the other Pokemon professors from other regions. That would be Professor Minato Namikaze and his wife, Professor Kushina Uzumaki of Satopolis City. Satopolis City, home of the Satopolis City Gym, also has a big research center where Minato and Kushina work as husband and wife. Both Minato and Kushina were Pokemon trainers when they were younger, and Minato even conquered the battle frontier in his youth, but they both had a love of Pokemon and researching them that they decided to become Pokemon researchers. The two married and continued their work over the years on various topics, including ancient Pokemon and legendaries as well. Soon they had a child, and young Naruto Namikaze was born. Naruto loved being in his parents' lab and watched them work whenever he could. It was clear he had a love for Pokemon research. He studied as much as he could growing up and often video recorded Pokemon in their natural habitat. He was like an amateur Pokemon filmmaker. The recordings actually helped with his parents' research, so they encouraged him to keep doing what he was doing. Just because Naruto loved doing research didn't mean he also didn't like to battle. In fact, he loved to, but still preferred research. When Naruto was younger, he found a young Vulpix in the woods that was injured. So Naruto took him to his parents' lab and nursed it back to health. After that, the Vulpix took a liking to Naruto and didn't leave, so Naruto decided to keep him. He named him Kurama. When Naruto turned 15, his parents asked him if he wanted to travel to get the same experience they did when they were younger, and they said it would be a good idea to get some field experience if he wanted to be a Pokemon researcher, and Naruto couldn't agree more. So they told him to head over to Little Root Town to meet with Professor Birch, who would have some gifts for him to start his journey. Naruto would get on a bus that would take him to Petalburg City, and then he could walk to Little Root Town from there. Naruto got his pack of clothes, food, medicine, and other supplies like Pokeballs, journals and spare videotapes for his video camera. Naruto hugged his parents goodbye and started his journey. Line break XXXXX. Naruto got off the bus at Petalburg City and walked to Little Root Town to speak with Professor Birch. He wore an orange t-shirt, blue jeans and Converse sneakers. He also wore a blue button-up long sleeve over his t-shirt with an orange jacket as well. He had his goggles on his forehead and a Pokeball necklace around his neck. By his side were his 3 trusty Pokemon. His main Pokemon would be his Ninetales, Kurama. Since Naruto got Kurama when he was young, and after all the training and battling they did against local trainers in Satopolis City, and Minato giving Naruto a fire stone, Vulpix evolved into a Ninetales. Kurama was walking alongside Naruto with a Pokemon perched on its back. Said Pokemon was a Bagon that Naruto found near Satopolis City. It was jumping off rocks, in an attempt to fly, but it got attacked by an Ursaring and Naruto and Kurama helped. Bagon did get hurt, but Naruto nursed him back to health. After that, Bagon kept following Naruto and wanted to come along, so Naruto agreed and he got his second Pokémon. Naruto's third Pokémon was a Nuzleaf, who was walking alongside Naruto's other side. Naruto found the Nuzleaf injured in a battle against a Pinsir and Naruto helped. The Nuzleaf was scared of Naruto, but Naruto got Nuzleaf to trust him and helped him defeat the Pinsir and heal his wounds. After sharing a brief meal of Pokémon food, Nuzleaf wanted to come and Naruto accepted. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf said to Naruto. Yup, we should be there soon. After we head to Professor Birch's lab, we can start traveling around. Naruto said. Bagon. Bagon said. Well, our first stop should be Rust Bureau City. I bet it would be a good place for some research and to see some awesome rock-type Pokémon. Naruto said. Ninetales. Kurama said. I'm not sure yet if I want to do gym battles or just watch. I mean, I like battling, but I do like research more. Naruto said as they finally came to Little Root Town. Ah, here we are, Little Root Town. This is it, guys, my first stop on becoming a great Pokémon researcher. Naruto said as his Pokémon cheered. Naruto walked through the town to Professor Birch's lab when he heard some noise off to the side and Ninetales sniffed the air. Ninetales. Ninetales said, getting Naruto's attention. Trouble? Let's go. Naruto said as he and his Pokémon ran into the forest and heard someone shout for help. Naruto then ran into a clearing to see Professor Birch in a tree to get away from some Poochyena and a girl who got blasted in the face by a water gun from a mudkip. Kurama, use Swift on the Poochyena. Naruto shouted as Kurama let loose a swift attack that hit the Poochyena and sent them away, frightened. Whoa, that was close. Thanks for your help. Professor Birch told Naruto as he walked up to him. No problem, Professor Birch. Naruto said as Birch realized who he was. Ah, Naruto Namikaze, good to see you. Ha, you look just like your father. Birch said. Yeah, I get that a lot. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. So what was that all about? Naruto asked. Oh, just a misunderstanding. But I'll explain later, there's a Pikachu out there that's in trouble. Birch said. Then I'll help. Naruto said. So will I. The girl said. Alright, then we've got to hurry. Birch said. On it. Kurama, see if you can sniff out for a Pikachu. Naruto said as Kurama sniffed and got a scent. Ninetales. Ninetales said, pointing to the woods. Alright, lead the way. Naruto said as they followed Ninetales. By the way, my name is Naruto Namikaze. Naruto said to the girl. Oh, I'm Mei. Mei said as the two exchanged greetings and followed Kurama. They then saw a blast of lightning shoot up to the sky. What was that? Pikachu's electrical buildup is reaching critical mass. Pikachu might explode. Birch said. Then we've got to hurry. Naruto said as they ran towards the electricity. They then ran into a clearing and saw a Pikachu releasing a lot of energy and a boy with a red cap. Ash, get away. Pikachu could explode at any moment. Birch said. But I've got to help. Ash said as Pikachu got up and ran away. Pikachu. Ash chased after his Pikachu as it ran off a cliff and Ash followed. Ash managed to grab Pikachu and then grabbed onto a branch on the side so he didn't fall. Naruto then pulled out some rope from his pack and threw it down. Grab on, Ash. We'll pull you up. Birch shouted. Okay. Ash shouted back as Birch, Naruto, Mei, Kurama, Bagon and Nuzleaf pulled the rope to pull Ash and Pikachu back up. They finally did as Pikachu seemed to do better but was still in pain. Prepare for trouble, oh well, what's the point? A woman said as a giant robot landed in the clearing. Whoa, what's that? Birch asked. Prepare for trouble, for the umpteenth time, make it double and I'll make it rhyme, to protect the world from devastation, to unite all people within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare for an out-of-this-world fight. Meowth, that's right. Team Rocket shouted as they appeared. Professor Birch, that's Team Rocket and they keep trying to catch Pikachu. Ash said. Team Rocket? Who are they? May asked. I've never heard of them. Birch said. Trust me, they're always up to no good. Ash said. Pikachu tried to get free to fight but Ash held tighter. Don't do anything, Pikachu. That's how you want to play. Fine with us. Meowth said as the robot fired a claw and took Pikachu from Ash. It then attached 2 electrical pumps to Pikachu's cheeks and began to absorb the excess electricity from Pikachu. Pikachu kept on releasing energy as it released more and more at an impressive level. Amazing. Naruto said as he quickly took out his camera and began recording. After a few more seconds, Pikachu felt fine and then released a devastating thunderbolt which shocked the machine and also fried May's bike. The robot then exploded as it sent Team Rocket flying away. We're blasting off again. They shouted as they disappeared into the sky. Pikachu then passed out as they got him back to Professor Birch's lab and he and Naruto helped Pikachu back to health. Your Pikachu should be fine now, Ash. It seems that Team Rocket's machine absorbed the excess electricity. Naruto said. Naruto's right, a good night's rest and Pikachu should be fine. Birch said as they heard May walk in. Hi, I thought I should introduce myself. I'm May. May said. I'm Naruto. Naruto said. And I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Ash introduced himself. So how's Pikachu? May asked. Sleeping soundly. Ash said. By tomorrow, Pikachu should be good as new. Naruto said. That's good news. May said. Well, now May. Are you ready to choose your first Pokémon? Birch asked as he showed May the 3 Pokeballs she could choose. These Pokeballs contain 3 beginning Pokémon. First up, Trico. Birch said as he released Trico from its Pokeball. So is it a water type? Ash asked. Actually Ash, Trico is a grass type. Naruto said as Ash nodded. And this is Mudkip. Birch said as he released Mudkip. That's a water type. Ash said. Correct. Birch said. Yeah, but that Mudkip didn't do a single thing that I asked it to do. May said. That usually happens with beginner Pokémon. Naruto said as he was recording everything. Next, I'd like you to meet Torchic. Birch said as he released Torchic. Torchic is a fire type. Birch said. Awesome. Ash said as Torchic walked over to May and rubbed against May's leg. Well, this one's not so bad. I like it. That's that, I choose Torchic. May said. Be sure to take that Pokédex and those Pokeballs too. Birch said. If you work hard you can become an even better trainer than your father. That sounds like a great aspiration. Naruto said. Ash, here is your Pokédex and Pokeballs. Birch said. Thanks, Professor Birch. Ash replied. And Naruto, here is the research Pokédex. Birch said. Thanks, Professor. Naruto said as he got a brown Pokédex. Research Pokédex? Ash asked. You see Ash. Naruto here wants to be a Pokémon researcher like me and his parents. So researchers get a different Pokédex that includes information on the other regions as well as other information on Pokémon and even acts as a map and research tool. Professor Birch said. Cool. Ash said. So you want to be a Pokémon researcher? Yep, this is going to be my field experience. Naruto said. Line break XXXXX. The next morning, Naruto woke up and grabbed his stuff as he walked outside to see May and Ash talking as well while Pikachu and Torchic were playing. Nuzleaf and Bagon joined them as they had a game of tag. Chuckles, I guess our Pokémon have become quick friends. Naruto said. Professor Birch then walked out to talk to Ash and May. Now you two will have to register for the Hoenn League at the nearest Pokemon Center, okay? Birch asked. The closet town would be Oldale Town. Naruto said. Thanks Naruto. Ash said. You wouldn't mind me tagging along, would you? It might be fun, and I could get some great research on the way. Naruto said. Sure, we'll all go together. Ash said. Good idea, you can look out for one another, but be careful. Birch said. Don't worry, Professor, we will. Goodbye. Ash said he, May and Naruto waved goodbye. Line break XXXXX. Ash, May and Naruto walked to Oldale Town, or more like Naruto and Ash walked with May walking behind, tired. As they walked to Oldale Town, May looked at Ash with Pikachu on his shoulder and Naruto with his Ninetales and Nuzleaf beside him and his Bagon on his head. Ash, Naruto? May asked. Yeah. They responded. I always thought that Pokemon were supposed to stay inside their Pokeballs. May asked. I guess so, but Pikachu likes it better hanging out here with me, right buddy? Ash asked as Pikachu happily agreed. Same here. Kurama doesn't like it in his Pokeball, and when it's nice outside, it's nice to walk with your Pokemon. Naruto said as his Pokemon agreed. I haven't gotten any complaints from my Torchic yet. Come to think of it, I barely know anything about this Torchic. May said. Then what you should do is look it up in that new Pokédex you just got. Ash said. Oh yeah. May said as she activated her Pokédex to get info on her Torchic. As May got info on her Torchic, an Azurill walked onto the road and May used her Pokédex to analyze it. Azurill, the water ball Pokemon. Azurill is able to throw its tail like a lasso, using the momentum to move about. It's so cute. I want it. May said. Then try and catch it. Naruto said. Alright, I'll just grab me a Pokeball and throw it. May said as she did it and Azurill went into the ball, but after a few shakes it came out and looked angry. Hey, what gives? May asked. Well, you're not going to catch anything that way. Ash said. Why not? I threw an empty Pokeball at it, didn't I? May asked. First you have to battle and weaken the Pokemon. Then you throw your Pokeball. Naruto said. Right. I know. Time for a Pokemon battle. Torchic, I choose you. May shouted as she released her Torchic. Torchic then ran after Azurill as Azurill just hopped away. Torchic ran at it to do a peck attack, but Azurill jumped out of the way and hit a tree instead. Azurill then bounced away as Torchic ran after it, with May trying to get her Torchic to stop. Torchic then hit a rock as May picked up Torchic. Okay, next time, don't do anything unless I tell you to. May said as Torchic nodded. Alright. Torchic, use your peck attack. May said as Torchic lunged at Azurill, who just bounced away, and Torchic pecked the tree. Azurill then jumped through a bush as Torchic followed and did an Ember attack, hitting Azurill but also Marill and an Azumarill who were angry. Torchic. May shouted as they saw Torchic with 3 other water types. Ah-oh. Naruto said as Azurill, Marill, and Azumarill hit Torchic with water gun attacks, causing Torchic to faint. The 3 Pokemon were going to attack again, but Ash and Naruto stepped in. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Nuzleaf, use Energy Ball. Naruto shouted as Pikachu let loose a Thunderbolt and Nuzleaf fired an Energy Ball attack near the Pokemon, frightening them, causing them to run away. May held her fainted Torchic as she tried to wake it up. Torchic, say something, anything. May said. You see, fire Pokemon like Torchic are weak against water attacks. Ash said. I feel terrible. What should I do about this? May asked. Don't worry, we just got to get Torchic to the Pokemon Center and its energy will be restored. Naruto said. Well, what are we waiting for? May asked as they ran to Oldale Town and to the Pokemon Center. Along the way they came upon some old ruins and an excavation site. Whoa, what's going on here? Naruto asked as he took out his camera and began to record everything. It looks like they may be a bunch of old buildings. May said. Well, actually these are the ruins of Old Dale. My name is Professor Alden and I'm here investigating them. Professor Alden said as he introduced himself. Hi, my name is Ash. Ash said. I'm May. May said. Naruto. Naruto said. Nice to meet you three. Now tell me, where are you guys going in such a big hurry? Professor Alden asked. We're trying to find the Pokémon Center. Ash said. Well, you're almost there. It's just over this hill. Alden said. That's great, thanks. Naruto said as they ran to the Pokémon Center. Line break XXXXX. They ran to the Pokémon Center and May left her Torchic with Nurse Joy to heal. After that, Ash had to call Professor Oak to tell him that he arrived. Hey, Professor Oak, I just not got into Old Dale Town. Ash said over the computer. Wonderful Ash, it's always nice to hear from you. Professor Oak said. I already registered for the Hoenn League, so I'm psyched for my first badge. Ash said. It sounds like another big adventure for you, young man. Professor Oak said. That's right. Professor Oak heard from Ash as May and Naruto showed their faces. We haven't been introduced yet, but I'm May. May said. Well, hello May. I'm Professor Samuel Oak from Pallet Town. Professor Oak introduced himself. Oh, I know you. My brother always listens to your radio lectures. May said. Hi, Professor Oak. Good to see you again. Naruto said as Professor Oak recognized Naruto. Naruto, my goodness, look how big you got. It's been years since I've seen you. Professor Oak said. Yeah, the last time my parents were in Kanto for research. Naruto said. So what are you up to? Oak asked. Well, my parents decided it was time for me to get some field experience, so I'll be hanging out with Ash and May on their journey. It's the best chance to get some real research. Naruto said, excited. Well now, if you're traveling with Ash then I bet you will find an adventure. I wish the three of you the best of luck. Professor Oak said. Thanks. They replied as they ended the call. So, May, ready to check out the Pokémon Center? Ash asked. Yeah. May said. You guys go ahead. I need to make another call. I'll catch up with you guys later. Naruto said. All right. They said as they left and Naruto dialed to his parents' lab back in Satopolis City. Hello. Namikaze's lab? Kushina answered. Hey, Mom. It's me. Naruto said as Kushina saw him. Naruto. How are you? Did you get to Professor Birch's lab, okay? Kushina asked. Yup, I got there, made some new friends and got my research Pokédex. Naruto said. Oh, you made some new friends, well that's good. So what are your plans now? Kushina asked. Well, my friend Ash was going to head to Petalburg City for a gym battle so I thought I'd tag along. Get some training in and some research as well. Naruto said. That's a good plan. It's always better to travel with friends. So how are your Pokémon? Kushina asked as Kurama came into view. Hi, Kurama. Are you taking care of my son? She asked as Ninetales happily replied. He is, and Bagon and Nuzleaf are doing good as well. Naruto said as he held up their Pokeballs. So where's Dad? Oh, your father is off talking with Juan at the gym about some research he found. But I'll tell him you said hello. Kushina said. Thanks Mom, talk to you soon. Naruto said. Goodbye, and be careful. Kushina said as they hung up. Naruto then got up and walked around the Pokémon Center and to the food area where he saw May and Ash talking with Professor Alden. So Naruto grabbed some food and sat down with them. Line break XXXXX. After the meal, Professor Alden showed Naruto, May and Ash his lab, in the Pokémon Center where he was doing his research on the Old Dale ruin. So Professor, what's so special about these ruins? Naruto asked. Well, legend has it that there is a secret door that is a connection between our world and the ancient Pokémon world. Many have tried to enter it, but due to the temple's strange construction, no one has ever been inside, so its contents remain unknown. Professor Alden said. Wow. May said. What do you mean by ancient Pokémon? Ash asked. Well, Ash. I'm not talking about extinct fossil Pokémon like Aerodactyl and Kabutops, but ancient Pokémon that have been living since ancient time without changing at all. Professor Alden said. Cool. Naruto said. Ancient Pokémon. If only I could get them on tape. You just might get your chance, Naruto. The correct way to enter the stone chamber is written right on this tablet. Professor Alden said. You're kidding. Naruto said. Let's go then. May said. Well, there are 4 keys needed to enter that have not yet been found. So we'll just have to wait a bit longer. Professor Alden said. I sure hope we find those 4 keys soon. Ash said as the lights went out. The door then opened to reveal 3 Houndoom, and 3 people wearing red clothes with the letter M etched into the chest. What is the meaning of this? Professor Alden yelled as the Houndoom growled at them, but Kurama growled back, not backing down. Professor Alden, we would like you to accompany us on a little trip to the Old Dale ruins. The leader said. I will not. Professor Alden said as Nurse Joy walked by and was grabbed by a grunt. Well now, Professor. Would you like to change your mind? The leader asked. Yes, all right. I'll go with you then. Professor Alden agreed as the grunts grabbed Nurse Joy and Ash, Naruto and May and locked them in a storage room. Hey, let us out of here. Ash yelled as he and Naruto tried to open the door. What do they want? May asked. To get inside the chamber, I bet. Nurse Joy said. Do you know them, Nurse Joy? Ash asked. I do, they're Team Magma. My dad told me about them once. They're a group of Pokémon thugs and criminals like Team Rocket. But why are they interested in the ruins? I have no idea. Naruto said. They must have caused the blackout. Oh no, the Pokémon here are in danger. Nurse Joy said. My Torchic too. May asked, worried. We need to get the backup generators up right away. Nurse Joy said. First, we've got to get out of here. Ash said. On it. Naruto said as he pulled out a Pokémon. Come on out, Bagon. Naruto said as he released Bagon. Bagon. Bagon shouted as it stood ready. Alright, Bagon use Zen Headbutt, Kurama use Iron Tail. Naruto shouted as Bagon concentrated and its head began to glow while Kurama's tails glowed as well. Bagon then head-butted the door and Kurama whipped the door with its tails and the door opened. All right. Naruto shouted. Well done. Nurse Joy said as they ran out of the room to turn on the backup generators. Okay, backup generators are online. Nurse Joy said. Good. Will you be okay here, Nurse Joy? Naruto asked. I will. Nurse Joy said. All right, then let's go help Professor Alden. Naruto said as he, May and Ash left the Pokémon Center. Line break XXXXX. Team Magma led Professor Alden back to the entrance of the ruins as he tried to get free and wanted answers. What is going on here? Tell me, why did you bring me here? Why do you think? We brought you so you'd give us access to the stone chamber. The leader said. It won't work. If we try to force our way into it, the chamber will collapse. Professor Alden said. But you yourself said the way in is on this little tablet, right, Professor? A grunt asked. That's true, but I also said I need to have the 4 treasures as keys. Professor Alden said. Of course, the keys. The leader said as a grunt held out 4 different colored stones. You see, we have friends in high places. The only thing left now is to find out which key goes into which hole, and you will help us with that. I won't. Professor Alden said. Then I can assume you don't care about the fate of those poor people at the Pokémon Center. The leader said. You wouldn't. Professor Alden said. We would and we shall. So what will it be? The leader asked. Arg, fine. Professor Alden said as he put the 4 stones in the right slots of the wall. After he placed the last stone in the wall, the ruins began to shake as the stone door moved back to reveal a pathway. The Team Magma grunts immediately ran in and looked around as Professor Alden followed. He saw ancient drawings on the walls of ancient Pokémon and people living together as the grunts began taking notes and photos. "Do you see the information we came for?" the leader asked. "Not a trace. But I've recorded all the data from the walls." A grunt said. "We've come up with nothing again. Let's pull out." The leader said. Naruto, Ash and May finally arrived at the ruins to see Team Magma leave in a helicopter. "Professor, are you going to be all right?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I'll be fine." Alden said. "What did those guys want?" Naruto asked as they heard a Wobbuffet and turned to see Team Rocket holding the 4 stones. "You guys?" Ash said. "Rats, seems like we've been discovered." Jesse said. "Hey, you guys give back those treasures." Alden shouted. "Arbok, go." Jessie shouted as she summoned her Arbok. "Weezing, you too." James shouted as he summoned his Weezing. "Pikachu, quick attack." Ash said as Pikachu tackled Arbok and sent it flying into Jessie. "Bagon, Zen head butt." Naruto shouted as Bagon hit Weezing into James and the others, causing them to let go of the treasures. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Ash said. "Kurama, Flame Thrower." "Bagon, Dragon Breath." Naruto shouted as the 3 Pokémon launched their attacks and sent Team Rocket flying away. Team Rocket's blasting off much too soon. Team Rocket shouted as they disappeared in the sky. May collected the 4 stones and handed them to Professor Alden, who placed them back into their slots on the stone wall. "Good, they're back where they belong," Alden said as the sun began to shine over the horizon and peeked into the ruins. The sun's rays hit the stones, causing them to glow and a bright light to fill the rest of the room, flooding into the panels on the walls. Then the stone door sank into the ground to reveal a set of stairs. "Awesome," Naruto said as he took out his camera and began recording. "Let's take a look," Alden said as they walked down the newly discovered stairs. They then found themselves in an underground water spring. It's an enormous underground water supply. It smells so fresh and clean. May said. "I wonder if this leads out to sea." Alden asked as a Pokémon jumped out of the water and Professor Alden recognized it as an ancient Pokémon. "Great Scott! The ancient Pokémon, Relicanth. Amazing," Naruto said as he recording the Pokémon jumping out of the water and then pulled out his Pokédex. Relicanth, the longevity Pokémon. Relicanth is covered in stone-like scales, which allow it to endure the pressure of the deep ocean. The Pokédex said. "Amazing," Alden said. After the discovery, Ash, May and Naruto returned to Pokémon Center to get May's Torchic and to continue on the trip to Petalburg City. Line break XXXXX. Ash, May and Naruto kept on walking until they finally came to Petalburg City. They looked around the city before stopping at a park to get some rest and to talk about what to do next. "So, Petalburg Gym is a big deal, huh?" May asked Ash. "Are you kidding? If I win a gym battle there, I get a badge, and when I get all 8 of those badges, I can compete in the Hoenn League." Ash said excited. "So what are we waiting for, let's go." Naruto said. You guys go ahead. I have to take care of some things. Bye." May said as she left. "Okay, see ya." Ash said as he and Naruto walked to the gym. "Here we are. Ash, you don't mind if I record the gym battle, do you? It would be great research." Naruto said. "No problem. You can record me winning the battle." Ash said. "Pikachu." Pikachu shouted as it agreed. "Then let's go." Naruto said as they walked into the gym. "Hello. I'm Ash from Pallet Town and I'd like a gym battle." Ash said as the gym was empty. "Hello. Anyone here?" Naruto shouted as Kurama shouted as well. "Can you please keep it down? I'm right in the middle of watching a video of the Silver Conference. They heard as they turned to see a kid, holding a book. Oh, sorry kid. Ash said as the kid recognized Ash. Wow, it's really you. You were in the Johto League Silver Conference. You lost in the second round. The kid said as Ash and Pikachu got bummed out. Hold on, your name is Alf. It's Ash. Ash said. The kid then kept going on about how Ash lost in the second round to Tyson's Blaziken and Ash felt bummed. The kid then asked what Ash was doing here and Ash wanted a gym battle and the kid agreed, but before it could go any further, May walked in. Hi Max. What's going on? May asked. Oh, hi there sis. Max said. Your sister. Ash asked. Then a man and a woman walked in as well. Well, who have we here? The man said. Hello. The woman said. Ash, Naruto, I'd like you to meet my mother and father. May said. Hello, I'm Norman. Norman said as he introduced himself. And I'm Caroline. Caroline said. And this is my little brother. May said as she pointed to Max. Yeah, we met. Ash said with a glare. You see, my dad is the real leader of the Petalburg Gym. Max said. Okay, then that means the Petalburg Gym is where you come from, May? Ash asked. Why, yes it is. May said as with a nervous chuckled. We really appreciate you bring our May all the way home. Caroline said. It was no problem at all, Caroline. Naruto said as she smiled. It's good to see you again, Naruto. And you as well, Kurama. Norman said. You too, Norman. Naruto said as Kurama smiled. Wait, Naruto, you know May's dad? Ash asked. I didn't know Norman was May's dad at first, but I knew that Norman was the gym leader. My parents are Pokémon researchers, so they often work with a lot of the gym leaders. Naruto said as Ash nodded. You know Naruto's parents? May asked. Of course, they're good friends of mine. You've never met them because your mother and I usually go to meet them alone. But I can tell you one thing, his parents are some of the most brilliant Pokémon researchers I've met. And Naruto is on his way to join them. Norman said as Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Cool, you're a Pokémon researcher. Max said. Yup. Naruto said. That is so cool. Max said as Naruto chuckled. Then his watch timer went off as they looked at him. Oh, I guess it's time again. Naruto said. Time for what? Norman asked. Time for an experiment. Naruto said as he released his Bagon and Nuzleaf. Bagon. Bagon said. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf said as Max was excited. Awesome. A Bagon and Nuzleaf. Look at how hard Bagon's head is, and how soft Nuzleaf's leaves are. Max said as he pet them each. Your Pokémon look like they're in great shape, Naruto. Norman said. All in a day's work. Naruto said as he pulled out a container of Pokémon food and his research Pokédex. What's in the container? Ash asked. Some special Pokémon food. It's something I made, a blend of minerals, vitamins, and berries. They're great for healing and making sure they stay healthy. Naruto said as Bagon, Nuzleaf and Kurama ate the Pokémon food. Cool. Max said. So you feed them the Pokémon food? May asked. Yup, then take down some notes on how they feel after, and then I can record the best dosage and right ingredients. Naruto said. Speaking of Pokémon, May. What Pokémon did you end up getting from Professor Birch anyway? Norman asked. Oh yeah, tell us May. What did you get? Max asked. You'll see. Torchic, come on out. May shouted as she released her Torchic. What? Why did you pick that? I totally would have picked a Trico. Max said as Torchic was angered by that comment and began to peck at Max while Ash smiled. I think Torchic is a fine Pokémon to start out with. Norman said. And May, it's as cute as a button. Caroline said as May chuckled. Man, I just wish I could have my own Pokémon. I would love to have a Trico. Max said as Torchic kept pecking Max. Easy there, Torchic. Naruto said as he pulled it off of Max and May picked him up. Naruto, Ash, why don't you two join us for lunch? Caroline asked. That'd be great. Ash said. So Ash, May tells us you've been traveling for a while. Caroline said. They all sat down for lunch as Ash talked about some of his adventures and Naruto talked about some of the research he was doing. Dad, Ash was hoping to have a gym battle. May said. Yeah, hope that's okay. Ash said. Sure Ash. So how many badges have you won? Norman asked. This will be the first one. Ash said. So do you have other Pokémon? Norman asked. No, just Pikachu. Ash said. Ash, you need 3 Pokémon to battle here. Naruto said. Is that true? Ash asked. I'm afraid so. Norman said. Oh man, I just got Pikachu. Ash said. Well, we could always come back later and you could battle Norman then when you get more Hoenn Pokémon. Naruto said. That's a good idea. Norman said. Alright. So then where should we go to next? Ash asked. The next gym would be in Rust Bureau City. Naruto said. Alright, we'll head there. Ash said as Naruto nodded and Norman looked at Naruto. Naruto, are you not doing gym battles? Norman asked. Maybe, I'm not sure yet. I love to battle, so I'm thinking it over. Naruto said. Then how about a quick battle? 1-on-1, you and me. Norman asked. Really? Naruto asked. Sure, I'd like to see how far you've come. Norman said. Alright, I'm in. Naruto said as Max was excited to see a gym battle. Line break XXXXX. They went back to the gym as Ash, Pikachu, Max, May and Caroline were off to the side watching. Naruto then walked over to put his bag down and gave his camera to Max. Hey Max, would you mind recording the battle for me? Naruto asked. Sure, I'd love to. Max said as he took the camera. Good, now be sure to try and get everything on tape. Naruto said as Max nodded. Ash, watch as well, this could help when you come back to battle for your badge. Right, good luck. Ash said as Naruto stood at his side of the battlefield and Norman at his. Alright, Kurama, let's go. Naruto said as Kurama stood on the battlefield. Vigoroth, I choose you. Norman shouted as he released his Vigoroth. Vigoroth. Vigoroth shouted as it stood ready to fight. A Vigoroth? Ash asked as he used his Pokédex. Vigoroth, the wild monkey Pokémon. Vigoroth is only comfortable going berserk. It will destroy anything in its path by spinning both arms, and goes more berserk when done. The Pokédex said. Vig, or Oth. Vigoroth shouted as Naruto and Kurama were unwavered and ready to fight. Look at Dad's Vigoroth ready to go. Max said. Alright, Kurama, let's go. Naruto shouted as Kurama ran forward. Vigoroth, use scratch attack. Norman said as Vigoroth readied its claws and swung at Kurama. Kurama, jump to dodge. Naruto said as Kurama jumped high in the air to avoid the attack. Whoa, that's high. Max said as he was recording. Kurama, use flamethrower. Naruto shouted as Kurama let loose a large stream of fire. Vigoroth, dodge it. Norman said as Vigoroth moved to the side. Now Vigoroth, get in close and use slash. Norman shouted as Vigoroth's claws glowed and ran at Kurama. Kurama, use swift. Naruto shouted as Kurama let loose a swift attack as Vigoroth kept running forward, slashing the swift attack. Whoa, that's strong. Ash said as Vigoroth got up close and began slashing at Kurama as Kurama kept dodging. Kurama, go on the offensive and use Iron Tail. Naruto shouted as Kurama used its tails to fight against Vigoroth's claws. Wow, check out that Iron Tail. Max said as he was recording everything. Kurama, use Flame Wheel. Naruto shouted as Kurama curled into a flame wheel and rolled towards Vigoroth and landed a hit. Vigoroth used scratch attack. Norman shouted as the wall of the gym blew open and smoke filled the gym. What's going on? Ash shouted. Insert Team Rocket intro. Team Rocket. May shouted. Oh, how sweet. It's always nice to meet your friends, May. Thank you so much for being there for my May. Caroline said. No, Mom, those are the bad guys. May said. That's okay, we're not your run-of-the-mill criminals. Jessie said. We do bad things with panache and style. James said. We'll rob you but we'll do it with a smile. Meowth said. You guys don't look so stylish. Max said. We're here for your Pokémon. Go Arbok. Jessie shouted as she released her Arbok. Go Weezing. James shouted as he released his Pokémon. Use smoke screen. Game said as Weezing released a smoke screen. Hold your breath everyone. Norman shouted as they all coughed. Now Arbok, give them your headbutt. Jessie shouted as Arbok head-butted Pikachu. No, Pikachu. Ash shouted. Vigoroth, let's go. Norman shouted as Vigoroth tried to swipe at Weezing but Weezing moved out of the way. Come on, May, you should get in there with your Pokémon. Max said as May nodded. Right. Go Torchic. May shouted as she released her Torchic but the smoke was still thick that they couldn't really see anything. We need to get rid of this smoke. Kurama, use Physic and get rid of this smoke. Naruto shouted as Kurama's eyes glowed and the smoke disappeared. Much better. Now, use Iron Tail on Arbok. Kurama's tails then glowed as it swung its tails and hit Arbok hard and sent him flying towards Jessie. Come on, Torchic, Ember. May shouted as Torchic used the attack but his max. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Ash said as Pikachu hit Weezing. Vigoroth, use Scratch. Norman shouted as Vigoroth hit Weezing and sent Weezing flying back to James. Alright Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Kurama, use Flamethrower. Naruto said as Pikachu used Thunderbolt and Kurama used Flamethrower and hit Team Rocket and sent them flying away. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again. They shouted as they disappeared in the sky. That was awesome. Max said as everyone cheered. After the Team Rocket attack, the day was going down and it was time for Naruto, May and Ash to continue on their journey. Well, it's about time for you to continue on your journey. Do you have everything, May? Caroline asked. Don't worry, Mom. May said. Since you don't anything about Pokémon, I should go too. Max said as Ash and May were shocked. Your brother does know a lot about Pokémon, and he could be a big help to you. Norman said. And a lot less worry for me. Caroline said. Ash, Naruto, would it be too much of a bother if Max journey with you and May? Norman asked. That's fine, okay Pikachu. Ash asked. Pika. Pikachu said. I'm fine with it. How about you, Kurama? Naruto asked. 9. Kurama said, happily. Thanks, you guys. May said. This is going to be awesome. Max said. I have something to give the both of you. Norman said as he held out 2 badge cases. A badge case to hold your winning gym badges. Wow, thanks Norman. Ash said. And son, this is for you. Norman said as he handed out another item. Really for me? Oh, wow. A Pokémon Navigator. I've been wanting one. Max said. With one of those, you'll always know exactly where you are. Norman said. And Naruto, here. I think this will come in handy. Norman said as he held out some extra tapes for Naruto's camera. Thanks. Naruto said as he took them. Those should be able to record twice as much as the old ones. Norman said as Naruto placed a tape into his camera. Alright, then I guess we're off to Rustboro City. Naruto said as they nodded and said their final goodbyes and headed to Ash's next gym battle. Line break XXXXX. The new group were walking through the forests of Petalburg City on the way to Rustboro City and Ash's first gym battle. Kurama was walking beside Naruto as he and the group were walking through the forests. Max has his binoculars out and was looking in the trees for a Pokémon while Mei was slumped over as she was walking because she was hungry. Any chance, we'll be stopping for lunch soon? Mei asked. But I haven't even seen one Pokémon yet. Max said. Did you think you'd see them all over the place? It doesn't work like that, Max. Naruto said. But I've always heard that Petalburg Forest is so full of Pokémon that you can't miss them. I wonder if we're in the wrong part of the woods. Max asked. Hey guys, let's eat lunch. Mei said, grabbing Naruto's and Ash's arm. No, let's go a different way. Max said as he pulled on their arms as well. No, it's time for lunch guys. Mei said. Not until we see more Pokémon. Max said. Lunch. Pokémon. Lunch. Pokémon. Stop it. Naruto and Ash shouted, having heard enough of them arguing. We'll stop for a quick lunch break, then we'll decide which way to go after. Ash said. Yeah. Mei and Max shouted. The group then moved through the forest until they came to a clearing that was empty and was the perfect place to sit down for lunch. They all sat down on rocks and put their bags down as Naruto put his bag down on the floor and called out Bagon and Nuzleaf. Lunch time. We needed a break anyway, besides we'll have better luck finding Pokémon on a full stomach. Ash said. I guess I was getting kind of hungry. Max said. I'm so hungry I could eat a Tauros. Mei said as they all smiled and then realized they weren't eating yet. So Ash, where's lunch? Mei asked. I thought you were carrying it, Max. Ash said. Oh, I thought you were going to grab it, Mei. Max said. You mean, there's no lunch? They all shouted. Pikachu then went digging into Ash's bag and got the can of Pokémon food and smiled. It sat down and then opened the can but it was empty. Pikachu then cried tears because there was no food. I guess that means we're out of Pokémon food too. Max said. I'm sorry, Pikachu. Ash said. Oh, it's too bad that Brock didn't come along with us. Ash said. Who's Brock? Mei asked. Brock is a friend I was traveling with before. He knows lots about Pokémon, but he really knows how to cook too. Ash said as he and Pikachu had dream eyes, remembering Brock's awesome food as Mei tugged his hat down. Sorry, I'm so useless compared to him. Mei said as Ash nervously rubbed the back of his head. They then heard some commotion and saw Naruto unpacking Pokémon food for Kurama, Bagon and Nuzleaf. Here you go guys, enjoy. Naruto said as he placed their bowls of food in front of them and they happily ate. Bagon. Bagon said, happily as he ate. You're welcome. I made some new Pokémon food for you guys so enjoy it. Naruto said as he then reached into his bag and got another container. And I've also got food for you too, Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted happily as he jumped up happily and hugged Naruto's face. You're very welcome. Enjoy. It has a blend of special berries that electric Pokémon find amazing. Naruto said as Pikachu kept eating and eating. Well, at least one of you came prepared. Mei said as Max and Ash dropped their heads in shame. Pika, Pika Pie. Pikachu said. You're right. You'd think someone like Ash with such a long experience traveling would be a lot more prepared. Naruto joked as he and Pikachu chuckled. Okay, I get it. Ash said as Max was confused. Naruto, did you understand what Pikachu said? Max asked as Mei and Ash were curious too. Yeah. Naruto said. Wait, you can understand Pokémon? Ash asked. Yeah, all my life I've always been able to understand what they say and how they feel. It's been integral in all the research my parents and I have done. Naruto said. That is so cool. To be able to understand what Pokémon say is something I always wanted to do. Max said. How are you able to do that? Mei asked. I don't know. It's something I had since I was a baby. The first time was in my parents' lab and I understood what my dad's Jolteon said. I never could figure out a reason as to why I can understand Pokémon, but I'm not looking for a cure. It's awesome, Naruto said as they nodded. Well, with the Pokémon eating, I think we should eat as well. Naruto then pulled out a wrapped package from his backpack and unwrapped it to reveal a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Ash, May and Max were happy-eyed as they saw food. We'll cut the sandwich in 4 and each get some food, Naruto said. Yeah, Naruto's the best, they shouted. They were all about to grab a part of the sandwich when it was suddenly gone from Naruto's hand. They saw a bird Pokémon fly away with Naruto's sandwich in his hands and land in a tree. Hey, I found a Pokémon, Max said, seeing the Pokémon in the trees. What kind of Pokémon is that? Ash asked. It's a Taillow, Naruto said. Taillow? Ash asked as he used his Pokédex. Taillow, the tiny swallow Pokémon. Taillow has a fierce personality, never backing down even from the most powerful opponents. The Pokédex said. Give back that sandwich, May said as the Taillow happily ate the whole sandwich. Wow! It ate the whole thing. Guess that Taillow must have been hungry, Ash said. Hey Taillow, how did you like the sandwich? Max asked. Taillow. Taillow said. Taillow said that he really liked the sandwich. It's better than the apples he normally eats, Naruto said. Wait, apples? Pikachu. Pikachu said as Naruto, May and Max finally looked around the clearing properly and saw the trees were filled with apples. How did we miss that? Naruto asked, scratching his head. 9 tails, Kurama said. I'm not that dense, Naruto said. Awesome, we got ourselves lunch. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, Ash said as Pikachu let loose a thunderbolt and dozens of apples fell from the trees and onto the ground. But it also had the effect of sending the entire horde of Taillows out of the apples trees, which was their territory. Oh. I think we just disturbed the Taillows' territory, Naruto said. They look angry, Ash said. It looks like they're about to attack, Max said. What's their problem? They've got their fruit back, May said. It's not that. Taillow are fiercely territorial and they think we're in their territory, Naruto said. In that case, they're mad because we were going to eat some of their fruit, Max said. What should we do? May said. I guess we could try apologizing, Ash said as the Taillow that ate the sandwich shouted and the other Taillow charged. Too late for that, Naruto said. Guys, do something, May shouted. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Ash shouted. Kurama, Flamethrower, Bagon, Dragon Pulse, Nuzleaf, Razor Wind. Naruto shouted as the Pokémon let loose their attacks that hit the Taillow, but the Taillow were serious and determined and got back up to fight. Man, these Taillow are determined, Naruto shouted. Guys, again, Ash shouted as the Pokémon let loose another barrage of attacks and hit the Taillow. The Taillow got more tired and a few dropped down, but more soon came and surrounded the group. Pikachu then hit the Taillow that ate Naruto's sandwich with a thunderbolt, but the Taillow kept flying straight at Pikachu as Pikachu dodged out of the way. That Taillow must be the leader, Naruto said. And from the jelly mustache around its beak, it's the one that started this, Max said. Watch out, Pikachu, Ash said as Pikachu dodged another quick attack from the Taillow, but it came back and nailed Pikachu with a peck attack. Pikachu, Ash shouted as he grabbed Pikachu. Alright, guys. Get ready to run, Naruto said as they nodded. Kurama, Smoke Screen. Kurama then let loose a smoke screen as the group saw a Pokeball fly through the air. Fortress, Explosion. A person shouted as the Pokeball let loose a fortress which used explosion that caused a distraction so the group could run away from the clearing. They then stopped near the river as Ash recognized the trainer as Brock. Brock, it's good to see you, Ash said as he and Brock hugged it out. Good to see you too, Ash. Don't worry, we'll be safer in this part of the forest, Brock said. Thanks, Brock. We're lucky you came by. Naruto said. Thanks, but you should really thank Fortress. Brock said as he then bent down to Pikachu. It's good to see you again, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu said. Looks like you got hurt a little bit, huh? Brock said as they saw the small bruise on Pikachu's arm, so Brock pulled out a potion and sprayed it on Pikachu's wound. Here, Pika. Pikachu shouted as the spray stung. A shot of that and some rest and you'll be as good as new. Brock said. So Brock, what are you doing here? I thought you were going to go home. Ash said. I did go home, but everything was fine, so I decided to come back out. Then Professor Birch said you were going to Rustboro City, so I decided to come out to SE if I could find you. Brock said. Wait, so does that mean we're going to be traveling buddies again? Ash asked, excited. Sure, if you'll have me. Brock said, holding out his hand. Best news I've heard all day. Ash said, shaking his hand. Ash then introduced Brock to Naruto, May and Max, and the five were going to sit down for lunch when the tailo that stole Naruto's sandwich came back looking for a fight. It wanted to fight Pikachu to determine which Pokémon was the best. After an intense fight, Pikachu won and Ash caught a tailo. Then there was a bit of an incident with the other flock of tailo trying to attack the group because of Team Rocket, but they were dealt with. Team Rocket was sent flying away and the flock had moved on as the group was moving closer to Rustboro City. Line break XXXXX. The group kept moving to Rustboro City through the woods until they came to Rustboro Town for some rest after days of walking. The group walked into the Pokémon Center as Brock immediately went up to Nurse Joy and began to go lovey-dovey-eyed with her as the others chuckled nervously with sweat drops. After Brock calmed down a bit, Naruto walked up to the counter. Excuse me, Nurse Joy, could I register for the Pokémon League? Naruto asked. Sure thing, I'll just need your Pokédex. Nurse Joy said as Naruto handed her his research Pokédex. One moment. So, Naruto. You're going to do gym battles? Ash asked. Yup, I gave it some thought and I decided to participate in the Pokémon League. Naruto said. Alright. Then we've got some gym battles to win. Ash said as Naruto nodded when Nurse Joy handed him back his Pokédex. Alright, you're all registered for the Pokémon League. By the way, a package has been waiting for you. Nurse Joy said. A package? Naruto asked as Nurse Joy put a large box on the counter. Oh yes, it came a few days ago addressed to you. Nurse Joy said. Thanks, Nurse Joy. Naruto said as he took the box and he and the others moved to a table. I wonder what's inside. Brock asked as Naruto saw it was from his parents' lab in Satopolis City, seeing the whirlpool swirl. The symbol of his parents' lab. It's from my parents. Naruto said as he opened it to see a large blue Pokémon egg with black and white spots on it. It was in an incubator. Also in the box was a badge case with his parents' lab symbol on it, an orange and red poke gear, a box and a strange pendant that had a solid blue crystal with golden etches. They were 3 lines that ran across the pendant and then met in the center to form some sort of circle. Cool, my dad's old badge case. Naruto said as he took it and opened it to reveal it was empty, meaning it was meant for him. A poke gear, awesome. Max said, looking at it. It's the new one. May said. And a Pokémon egg. I wonder what kind of Pokémon is inside. Brock asked as he looked at it. Well, we won't know until it hatches. Naruto said as Ash picked up the box and necklace. Cool necklace. Ash said as Naruto looked at it. What do you think, Kurama? Naruto asked. 9 tails. Kurama said. What did he say? May asked. He said it's a perfect match for me. Naruto said as he put it on. Ash, what's in the box? Let's see. Ash said as he opened it to reveal 3 objects. One was a leaf stone, the other was a charcoal with a string attached, and the final object was a dragon fawn. Awesome. It's a leaf stone. Naruto said. Cool. If you give certain Pokémon a leaf stone, they'll evolve. Max said, excited. Wow. And the other two items? May asked. Charcoal and a dragon fawn. Items that boost fire and dragon type moves. Perfect for Kurama and Bagon. Naruto said as he took out Bagon's Pokeball and released it. Bagon. Bagon said. Here, guys. It's a gift from my parents. Naruto said, putting the charcoal around Kurama's neck and the dragon fawn around Bagon's, as the two items would boost their attacks in battle. Naruto then returned Bagon. I got to call my parents. Naruto then went to use the video phones in the Pokémon Center as the others followed him with Brock holding onto the egg while Naruto used the phone. The phone rang for a few seconds as then an image came through and showed a man who looked like an older Naruto except with no whisker scars on his face. Dad. Naruto said. Hey son. It's good to see you. Minato said as he saw Naruto was surrounded by new friends. Oh, these are the friends that your mother said you're traveling with. Yeah, these are my new friends. Naruto said as the others stepped forward. Hello. My name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Ash said. Hi, my name is Brock from Pewter City. Brock said. Hello, my name is May and I'm from Petalburg City. May said. And I'm here brother, Max. Max said. Ah, May and Max Norman talks a lot about you too. You've gotten a lot bigger from the pictures he's shown me. Minato said as May and Max chuckled. Brock, it's nice to meet you. I've met your father once before, a good rock gym leader. Thank you, Professor Namikaze. Brock said. Ash, I've heard from Professor Birch that Professor Oak says that you're one heck of a trainer and you've had your fair share of experience with legendary Pokémon. Minato said. Yeah, I've had some great adventures. Ash said. Pikachu. Pikachu said. Well, if you ever come to Satopolis City, I'd love to talk to you about your adventures. Minato said. Sure. Ash said. So, son, I can guess that you got our package? Minato asked. Yeah, I got to the Pokémon Center and Nurse Joy said it was waiting for me. How did you know I would get it? Naruto asked. Because your mother and I know you so well. And Norman gave us a call saying that you guys were heading to Rustboro City, so since this Pokémon Center on the way, I knew you would stop. Minato said. Well thanks Dad. Naruto said as Minato smiled. No problem. I hope you like your gifts. My old badge case is nothing fancy but I figured I'm not using it for anything so you should have it. You are going to do gym battles, right? Minato asked. I am. And the leaf stone, charcoal and dragon fang will help in the future. But where did the egg come from? Naruto asked. Well, actually, crash, and Naruto heard as his father turned to his side and was then tackled from the screen by a red blur as he gasped in pain as Naruto and his friend's sweat dropped. Naruto then saw his mother pop up with a smile. Hello, Naru. Kushina said. Hey mom. Good to see you. Naruto said. Oh, I miss you son. You don't call enough, which is why I packed you a new poke gear so you can call me whenever you want. Kushina said as Naruto nervously chuckled. Chuckles, I promise. By the way, what about the other two gifts in the package? The egg and necklace? Naruto asked. Oh those. Those aren't from us but from Riley. You remember him, right? Kushina asked. Yeah I remember. Tall guy, blue suit, kind of weird. Naruto said as his mother chuckled. I think the word is eccentric. It's not every day a child meets a specialized trainer on par with Lance, Agatha, and Drake. Besides, I remember he took a liking to you. Anyway, he sent those two items to the lab a few days ago. Saying that, and I quote, Naruto has a big destiny ahead of him and these will help. I'll see him soon. Kushina said as Naruto thought for a moment. Huh, weird. Naruto said. I thought so too. I tried to get in contact with Riley but he's gone to the Iron Islands and you know it's impossible to get a call there. But I'll tell him you said thank you. Kushina said. Thanks, Mom. I got to go. And tell Dad I said bye. Naruto said as his mother smiled and the call ended. Well, your parents are Brock said. Odd? Naruto asked. Not the word I was looking for. Brock said. Don't worry, they are. But they're great. Naruto said as he got up and put the egg in his bag. So, what should we do now? Well, we could look around town for something to do. Brock said as they all nodded and left the Pokémon Center and began walking around through the town and saw a lot of trainers, training with their Pokémon but they weren't focusing on the strength of their attacks or ferocity of their attacks but on their appearance and style which confused the whole group except for Naruto. They don't look like they're training for a battle, but I wonder what they're doing. Ash said. Hey, check it out. Max said, pointing to the town's local hall to see a large sign that read Pokémon competition. They must all be preparing for that Pokémon contest. Naruto said. A Pokémon contest? Mei asked as a Beautifly landed on her face, shocking her. Get off me. Mei shouted in panic as the Beautifly flew off and landed on Kurama's head. Ninetales. Kurama replied happily as the Beautifly happily flapped its wings. It's a Beautifly. Naruto said. A Beautifly? Ash asked as he used his Pokédex. Beautifly, the butterfly Pokémon, and the evolved form of Suicune. Beautifly have long thin noses which they use to suck the pollen of flowers. The Pokédex said as the Beautifly flew off of Kurama and happily landed on Mei's head. Get off. Mei shouted as the Beautifly was on her head. Looks like you got a new friend. Ash joked. This isn't funny. Mei shouted as she shook her head to try and get rid of the Pokémon. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? The group heard as they turned to see a boy and girl running to them. The boy had a Venomoth on his shoulder and girl ran ahead and had her eyes on the Beautifly. Hello. Brock shouted as he got love-struck with the pretty girl. Is your mother an artist? Because you are the perfect picture of beauty, OFFGH, Brock said as the Beautifly smacked onto his head causing Naruto and Kurama to laugh. Beautifly, stop that, the girl said. So I was wondering, is this Beautifly yours? Max asked. She is. The girl said. You guys are training for the Pokémon contest, right? Naruto asked. As a matter of fact I am, but some attacks went wrong. The girl said. That was probably my fault. Venomoth's whirlwind attack was too strong. The boy said. My name is Annette by the way. Annette said. And I'm Chaz. Are you okay? Chaz asked. Yeah, we're fine. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Ash said. And my name is Mei. Mei said. I'm Max. Max said. Naruto and this is Kurama. Naruto said. Ninetales. Kurama said. And I'm Brock, your future boyfriend. Brock said. There's something that I don't get, Chaz. How can a powerful attack be a failure? Ash asked. I think the key here is that Ash doesn't understand Pokémon contests. Max said. The thing to know is that Pokémon contests are not like regular Pokémon battles. Chaz said. Contests are about the beauty of the attack, not about the raw power. Annette said. Beauty of attacks? Ash asked. Yes. Coordinators train their Pokémon to be graceful. Annette said as she began to explain the process and rules of a contest as well as the reward for the contest ribbons. Well, do you guys mind if we stay around and check out the contest? Naruto asked. Not at all. If you want to, you guys could help with my routine. Annette said. Really? You want us to help? Mei asked. That sounds like a great idea. And Beautifly thinks it is one too. Chaz said as Beautifly happily flew around Mei as Naruto chuckled. Yup. Beautifly is happy to work with Mei. Naruto said. So, are you guys going to be headed to Rustboro City after this for a gym battle? Chaz asked. Yup. Naruto said as Kurama nodded his head. That's our next stop. Ash said. I'm battling too. Mei said, hesitantly. Pikachu and I are ready to go. Ash said as Chaz, Annette and Naruto realized he was planning to use Pikachu. Wait, you're planning to use Pikachu? Chaz asked. That may be a problem. Annette said. But why is that a problem? Pikachu is the best I got. Ash said. Pikachu. Pikachu said. Ash, Rustboro's gym is a rock Pokemon gym. The only Pokemon you have are Pikachu and Taillow, so the battle will be very difficult. Naruto said. He's right. That will sure make things tough for Pikachu. Brock said as Ash remembered his first gym battle against Brock when he just used Pikachu and Pidgeotto. He did win, but it was luck. That's going to be a problem for you too, Mei. A fire Pokemon like Torchic won't have any effect on those rock Pokemon. Max said. Well, I might be able to help Pikachu in learning a new move that could be helpful in a fight against rock Pokemon. Naruto said. What move would that be? Ash asked. Iron Tail. It's a steel-type move that any Pokemon with a tail could use, and it's super effective against rock types. Naruto said. You guys up to learn it? Yeah. That'd be great. Ash said. While the others worked with Annette and Chaz on her routine, Naruto and Ash had a training session. Alright, Kurama, show them Iron Tail. Go, use is on that rock. Naruto said as Kurama jumped in the air and its tails glowed. It then swung it at a rock that was twice his size and smashed it to pieces. Whoa! I remember you used it on that door in the Pokemon Center a while ago, but I didn't know it was so powerful. Ash said as Naruto chuckled. Yup, it's a very powerful attack. But Pikachu is going to need to develop its tail muscles to the absolute best if it wants to learn this move. Naruto said. Got it. Ash said as he and Pikachu got to work. Line break XXXXX. The group stayed to watch the Pokemon contest and Mei was amazed more than the others. She even wanted a Beautifly of her own and she managed to catch a Wurmple on the way to Rustboro City. But right now, the group had arrived in Rustboro City and were currently at the Rustboro Tower, soaking in the sights of the city. Wow, look at the view. Brock said. It's amazing. Mei said. Yeah, but come on. Let's go to our gym battle. Ash said. Ash, I'm afraid we're not going to have our gym battle today. Naruto said. Why not? Ash asked. Because the gym leader is busy right about now. Naruto said. How do you know that? Brock asked. And what do you mean by busy? Max asked. You guys forget. My parents have worked with many of the gym leaders, including Roxanne. She is the leader of the Rustboro gym, and I know that right about now she's busy teaching at the trainer school. Naruto said. Trainer school? Max asked. Yeah, Roxanne splits her time between teaching at the school and at the gym. So we're going to have to wait for tomorrow. Naruto said. Aw man. Ash said as Max heard a sound. He looked to his side and saw a Poliwag hiding under a seat. Hey there. Max said as Poliwag was a bit frightened. It's okay, we're here to help. Ninetales. Kurama said as Poliwag slowly walked out and Max picked it up. Hi there, Poliwag. Ash said. Hey there. Are you lost, Poliwag? Max asked as he saw the bandana wrapped around its tail. What's that? That's the symbol for the trainer school. This Poliwag must be one of theirs. Naruto said. Poliwag. Oh good. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. A woman said as she walked up to them and Poliwag jumped into her arms. I was so worried. Did you find it? We did. Good to see you, Roxanne. Naruto said as Roxanne recognized him. Naruto. It's so good to see you. Look how big you've gotten. Roxanne said as she then knelt down to Kurama. And you as well, Kurama. Roxanne said as she pet his head. Nine tails. Kurama said, enjoying the pet. Mr. Roxanne. They heard as they turned to see a bunch of kids about Max's age. Two boys and a girl. The girl was holding a Pidgey and one of the boys was holding a Magby, and both Pokémon had the same bandana. You found Poliwag. The girl then went up to the other boy. You see, everything is okay. Except our class trip is ruined and poor Poliwag is scared completely out of its mind. The boy said, rudely to the other. I'm sorry. The boy said. Do you have to be so mean? You know Kenny's afraid of touching Pokémon, so leave him alone. The girl said. All right, that's enough you two. Now Kenny, I hoped you learn a lesson here today. But don't worry, you tried your hardest. Now let's head back to the academy. Roxanne said as she then turned to Naruto. So, Naruto. Are you here for a gym battle? Yup. Me and Ash want a battle. Naruto said. That's perfect. Why don't you guys head over to the school and we'll see about your gym battle? Roxanne said. Perfect. And Max can check out the beginners class at the school. Naruto said. Really? Can I? Max asked, excited. Of course. Roxanne said as they left the tower for the school. When they got there, they were given a tour of the school by one of the teachers. They saw the classes that taught trainers to be Pokémon doctors, classes for Pokémon contests which May was attracted to, the advanced battling classes, and finally the beginner classes taught by Roxanne. They walked in to see Professor Oak on the screen giving a talk to the students. Professor Oak. Ash said. Hey, Ash. And Brock, Naruto and May. Good to see you. Professor Oak said. Hi, Professor. Brock said. Good to see you. Naruto said. And you must be Max. Professor Oak said. Hi. Max said as Professor Oak chuckled at his nervousness. So what's Professor Oak doing here? Ash asked. Sometimes at the training academy, we receive lectures from Professor Oak via video phone. Roxanne said. Since you boys are here, I can say that you have had your gym battles, am I right? Professor Oak asked. Actually, Professor. We haven't had our battle yet. Roxanne said. I'm teaching until tomorrow, so we'll have to postpone our battle. That's fine. Naruto said as he got an idea. Actually, why don't we invite the class to watch the battle? Huh? Roxanne asked. What better way to learn about Pokémon and Pokémon battles than through watching a gym battle? Naruto said. That's a great idea. Battles often prove to be the most informative lessons there are. Brock said. Okay, sounds like a plan. How does that sound, class? Roxanne asked as the class erupted into cheers. So which one of you will go first? I'll go. Naruto and Ash said at the same time. No offense, Ash, but you've only got 2 Pokémon. I'll go first. Naruto said. I can make out just fine with Pikachu. Ash said. All right. Let's settle this. Naruto said as Ash nodded and then raised their hands. Rock, paper, scissors, go. They shouted as Naruto won with rock against scissors. Ha, I go first. Naruto said as the rest of the class sweat dropped. This way, you'll be able to perfect Pikachu's iron tail. All right. Ash said. Max got permission to participate in the beginners class while May went to the Pokemon contest class. Brock checked out the Pokemon doctor class and Naruto and Ash got some training in. The next morning, Naruto, Brock and May were waiting outside the gym. They were waiting for Roxanne to arrive and for Ash to show up. Where's Ash? Naruto asked. I don't know. I guess he was out training again. Brock said as they saw Ash running up to them. He stopped and he was out of breath. Ash, where were you? Naruto asked. I was out training, and I caught a Trico. Ash said as he held up a Pokeball. You did? Brock asked. Yeah, it was wild and I caught it. Ash said. That's some luck. Wild Trico are hard to find. Naruto said. And it'll be useful in your battle against Roxanne. Brock said as Naruto took off his backpack. He opened it to change his camera tape and to pull out the Pokemon egg. He decided to let it out of his bag and hold it. So, how long does it take for a Pokemon egg to hatch? May asked. It depends. Brock said as Roxanne and her group arrive. Morning. You ready, Naruto? Roxanne asked. I am. Naruto said as he removed the incubator case on the egg, and as soon as he touched it, a blue aura-like energy seeped out of his hands, although Naruto didn't see it. The egg then glowed bright as everyone was in shock. It's hatching. Roxanne said as the egg cracked and was gone as the light dimmed down to reveal a small bipedal blue wolf-like Pokemon. It has black legs and black torso, with a small blue tail, and yellow collar. It had a black mask-like thing over its eyes and black ears with blue ears. It was a Riolu. A Riolu. Naruto said, amazed. Riolu said, shocked to see so many people. Hey, there Riolu. It's nice to see you. You just hatched. My name is Naruto. Naruto said as Riolu looked at Naruto and sensed an aura of happiness and kindness. I'm working on becoming the world's great Pokemon researcher and trainer, and I want you to help me get there and become a great Pokemon as well. Riolu smiled as nodded. Riolu said as it then jumped up and landed on Naruto's head. Welcome to the family. Naruto said. Amazing, a Riolu. Roxanne said. Riolu. Ash said as he and May tried to use their Pokédexes. No data available. The deck said. Not surprised. Riolu are rare in the Hoenn region. Naruto said as he used his Pokédex and got the data. Riolu, the emanation Pokemon. Riolu has the power to see and understand emotions like happiness and anger in aura waves. The deck said. Wait, it can understand people? May asked. Yeah, Riolu has the ability of aura. It's an energy force that all living things have, and Riolu and its evolved form Lucario can read aura and even use it. Naruto said. Wow. All the kids said. Alright, let's get this gym battle started. Naruto said as they all walked in as Roxanne's assistants had finished setting up the gym for the battle. Ash, Brock, May and Roxanne's class got into the stands while Naruto and Roxanne took their positions on the battlefield and the official stood to the side. Brock, keep the video rolling. Naruto said as Brock started recording. Got it. Brock said. The battle between the gym leader Roxanne and her challenger Naruto Namikaze from Satopolis City will now begin. This will be an elimination match, with each trainer using 2 Pokemon. Only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokemon during the match. The official said as Kurama moved to the side of Naruto. Naruto put his backpack down and put Riolu on Kurama's back. Now, Riolu, since you just hatched, I won't be using you for battles just yet. But I want you to watch how the others do, okay? Naruto said. Riolu said, meaning yes. Insert Pokemon battle theme. Okay, Geodude, I choose you. Roxanne said as she summoned her Geodude, which was a large rock with large arms attached to it. Geodude. Geodude said, ready to battle. Whoa, Geodude. Max said as May used her Pokédex. Geodude, the rock Pokemon. Geodude have incredible high defensive power, making it virtually resistant to most physical attacks. The Pokédex said. Whoa, boy, so it's got a good defense. May said. Yeah, and that Geodude's hard body can be super destructive in combat as well. Brock said, knowing from experience with his own Geodude. Let's go, Roxanne. The kids shouted as Naruto smiled and unhooked a fastball from his belt. Alright, Nuzleaf, take charge of the battle. Naruto shouted as he threw the ball and it released Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf landed on its feet and assumed a fighting stance. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf shouted. Riolu said, amazed at seeing a new Pokemon brother. Nuzleaf said, shocked to see a Riolu. Sorry about the weird meeting, Nuzleaf. But this is Riolu, he was in the egg I got and your new friend. So let's show him how we battle. Naruto said. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf said, giving a thumbs up. Riolu. Riolu said, excited to watch the battle. Hey, Ash, can I borrow your Pokédex? Max asked as Ash. Sure. Ash said, handing it to him, and Max used it so that the kids in the class could get some info on Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf, the wily Pokémon and the evolved form of Seedot. Nuzleaf can be found living in thick woodlands. The soft melodies they play on their leaf pipes are said to comfort humans. The Pokédex said. Cool. The kid said. I guess Naruto is going for type advantage. A grass type like Nuzleaf is powerful against a rock type like Geodude. Ash said. Yeah, but something tells me that type advantage alone won't be enough to beat Roxanne. Brock said. With both trainers ready, begin. The official said. Geodude, use rollout. Roxanne said as Geodude curled into a ball and rolled towards Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf, jump over to dodge. Naruto said as Nuzleaf jumped high in the air and landed behind Geodude as the attack missed. Now, use Razor Leaf. Nuzleaf then fired a Razor Leaf flurry from the leaf on its head. Geodude, harden. Roxanne said as Geodude glowed white before the light disappeared and the Razor Leaf bounced off, but it did some damage from the power of the Razor Leaf as Geodude grit its teeth. Man, that must be one powerful Nuzleaf. Brock said. Alright, Nuzleaf, use Sunny Day. Naruto said. Leaf. Nuzleaf said as it concentrated and fired a light from its leaf which increased the sunlight in the gym. Geodude, use rollout to get close and then use Mega Punch. Roxanne said as Geodude rolled to Nuzleaf faster than before. Amazing. Using that harden, sped up Geodude's roll-out attack. Brock said as Geodude got close enough and unrolled and threw a punch for his Mega Punch. Nuzleaf, dodge. Naruto said as Nuzleaf disappeared in a blur to the side and the Mega Punch hit the ground as Nuzleaf appeared behind Geodude. Now, Energy Orb. Naruto said as Nuzleaf charged a sparkling greenish and bluish orb between its hands and fired it at the Geodude, doing some serious damage and knocking it through the rock field. Dude! Geodude cried out in pain. How did Nuzleaf move so fast? May asked as Brock realized what Naruto did. Chlorophyll. It's Nuzleaf's special ability. In direct sunlight, Nuzleaf's speed will increase dramatically. Brock said. So that's why Naruto had Nuzleaf use Sunny Day, to increase Nuzleaf's speed. May said. Not bad, Naruto. You've got skill just like your father. But I won't take it easy on you. Geodude, use Rock Throw. Roxanne shouted as Geodude used its large hands and dug into the ground and threw two large rocks at Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf, smash that with Brick Break. Naruto shouted as Nuzleaf's hands glowed and it smashed the two rocks. Now, use Leaf Blade. Nuzleaf's leaf on its head glowed green as it charged at Geodude. Geodude, counter it with Mega Punch. Roxanne shouted as Geodude's Mega Punch and Nuzleaf's Leaf Blade hit each other and were in a stalemate as both Pokémon tried to push for dominance to win. Seems our Pokémon are pretty even. Roxanne said. Maybe, but Nuzleaf has got some surprises in him. Now, Leaf Charge. Naruto shouted as everyone else was confused, they had never heard of that move. Nuzleaf's leaf was green from the Leaf Blade, but now the energy began to seep around Nuzleaf's body as it increased its strength and then Nuzleaf charged forward and bashed into Geodude and sent it tumbling across the field and smashed into a large rock, causing a large plume of dust and sand to kick up, clouding everyone's view. When the dust cleared, Geodude is lying on its back with swirls in its eyes. Geodude. Geodude said weakly. Geodude is unable to battle, Nuzleaf wins. The official. Nicely done. Naruto said with a smile. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf said as it nodded. That was awesome. It was so amazing. Seeing a Nuzleaf on TV or in a book is way different than watching it battle. Max said, excited as the other kids were excited too. That was amazing. Naruto's Nuzleaf sure is strong. May said. Yeah, but I've never heard of the move Leaf Charge before. Have you, Brock? Ash asked. No, first time I heard of it. Brock said as Roxanne called her Geodude back. That was good, Naruto. But what is Leaf Charge? Roxanne asked. It's a new move that I made up. Naruto said as everyone was shocked. I came up the idea one day when working on Nuzleaf's Leaf Blade attack. Nuzleaf channels all the energy from his leaf and charges it around its body, which increases its speed, strength and defense. So we decided to use the energy to form a tackle attack-like move which does a lot of damage. I'm impressed. You used Nuzleaf's own energy to increase its strength. I don't think your father could have done better. And you'll need it for my next Pokémon. Go, Nose Pass. Roxanne shouted as she summoned her Nose Pass. Nose Pass? Ash said as he used his Pokédex. Nose Pass, the compass Pokémon. Nose Pass has a nose that functions as an electromagnet, and determines its location by moving its nose about. The Pokédex said. A Nose Pass, huh? Alright, Nuzleaf, return. Naruto said as Nuzleaf joined Naruto's side next to Kurama. Naruto then unclipped a great ball from his belt. Go, Bagon. Naruto said as Bagon was released from its Pokeball and stood on the field. Bagon. Bagon shouted as it was ready. A Bagon? May asked as she used her Pokeball. Bagon, the rock-head Pokemon. Bagon dreams of being able to fly through the air. When frustrated for not flying, Bagon uses its head to smash rock into powder. The Pokédex said. Why would Naruto call back his Nuzleaf? Ash asked. Not sure. Maybe Naruto has a plan in mind. Brock said. Alright, let the battle begin. The official said as he waved his flags. Nose Pass, use Zap Cannon. Roxanne shouted. Nose Pass. Nose Pass said as it charged a bluish and yellowish orb around its nose and fired a beam of electricity at Bagon. Bagon, counter it with Dragon Breath. Naruto shouted as Bagon charged a fiery green flame and fired it, and the Zap Cannon hit each other in the air and cancelled each other out. Now, use Zen Headbutt. Naruto shouted as Bagon ran forward. His head glowed blue and spread out a blue-like aura as Bagon charged. Bagon. Bagon shouted as he scored a hit on Nose Pass as Nose Pass back away from the hit and groaned in pain. Nose Pass. Nose Pass cried out from the attack. Nose Pass use Rock Tomb. Roxanne shouted as Nose Pass slammed its foot onto the ground and 4 large rocks shot up around Bagon and trapped it. Bagon, focus energy then double brick break. Naruto shouted. Bagon focused and then both its paws glowed as it smashed its way out of the rock tomb. Bagon. Bagon shouted as it was still pumped to fight. Sandstorm, now. Roxanne shouted as Nose Pass nose glowed and kicked up a sandstorm. Aw man, I can't see. Ash said as everyone covered their eyes. Bagon, can't see. Max said. Then that means Nose Pass can't see either, right? May asked. Wrong. Nose Pass can use the electromagnet in its nose like a compass, remember? Brock said as they covered their eyes from the sand. Bagon, close your eyes and focus. Remember our training. Naruto shouted as Bagon nodded. Bagon closed its eyes and focused. Nose Pass, take down. Roxanne shouted as Nose Pass ran at Bagon. Wait. Naruto said as Bagon listened to Naruto, having complete trust in his trainer. Now. Stone Edge, point blank. Naruto shouted as Bagon opened its eyes. Bagon. Bagon shouted as it summoned a field of rocks around it and fired it all around itself and nailed Nose Pass. Nose Pass. Nose Pass cried out, being hit with a hail of rocks, causing the sandstorm to stop. What? Roxanne said, shocked to see this. Never underestimate us. Right, Bagon. Naruto shouted. Bagon. Bagon shouted as it raised its arms and then glowed bright. Gasps of shock, everyone was amazed at what was happening. What's going on? May asked. Bagon, he's evolving. Brock said. In the bright light, Bagon's form was changing and shifting. It changed from a bipedal Pokémon to a quadruped. A large bone shell formed around the Pokémon as 3 ridges formed. The light disappeared to show that Bagon had evolved to a Shelgon. Shelgon. Shelgon shouted. Amazing, a Shelgon. Brock said. Shelgon? Ash asked as he used his Pokédex. Shelgon, the endurance Pokémon and the evolved form of Bagon. Covering Shelgon's body are outgrowths much like bones. The shell is very hard and bounces off enemy attacks. When awaiting evolution, this Pokémon hides away in a cavern. The Pokédex said. Cool, I got to see an actual Pokémon evolution. Max said as the other students were excited too. It seems that you got lucky your Bagon evolved. Roxanne said. Not luck so much as timing. Bagon has been ready to evolve for a while, it just needed the right battle. Naruto said as Shelgon stomped its feet. Shelgon. Shelgon said as it was ready to fight. Go, Shelgon. Use double edge. Naruto shouted as Shelgon charged, a bit slower than before and smashed into Nosepass. But its bone structure and dense size knocked Nosepass farther away with much more force. Nosepass. Nosepass cried out in pain. It seems that Shelgon got slower but a lot tougher. Brock said as they all watched with interest. Nosepass use Rock Slide. Roxanne said as Nosepass lifted its arms and let loose a bunch of rocks at Shelgon. Shelgon, blast them with Dragon Breath. Naruto shouted as Shelgon let loose a Dragon Breath that destroyed the rocks. Nosepass used Takedown. Roxanne said as Nosepass charged forward and hit Shelgon. It hit Shelgon so hard that it flew off the ground. Shelgon, fire a flamethrower and propel yourself back. Naruto said as Shelgon let loose a flamethrower that shot Shelgon back to Nosepass at a faster speed. Now, finish it with Zen Headbutt. Shell. Shelgon said as it glowed blue and flew towards Nosepass. Gone. It collided with Nosepass and knocked Nosepass off its feet and fell onto the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Everyone coughed as the dust cloud began to die down. They saw Shelgon standing on his feet while Nosepass was on its back. Nosepass. Nosepass said weakly with swirls in its eyes. Nosepass is unable to battle. Shelgon is the winner. The winner of the battle is Naruto Namikaze from Satopolis City. The official said as everyone cheered. Alright, way to go Shelgon. Naruto said as he ran up to Shelgon and picked him up and tossed him up in the air as Shelgon smiled. Shelgon. Shelgon said happy. Alright, Naruto. Mei shouted as she and the others came down to see Naruto. That was a great battle, Naruto. Max said. I'm so pumped for my gym battle now. Ash said as Roxanne returned her Nosepass and walked up to Naruto. Naruto, you are an amazing trainer. I know your parents would be proud of how far you've come. And I should thank you, I learned a lot from competing against you today. It was a great battle. Roxanne said. Thanks, Roxanne. It was great to battle you. Naruto said. And I'm sure all the students were thrilled watching your strategy and fighting spirit. And for defeating me, I am happy to award you this stone badge. Roxanne said as she held out the stone badge. It was gold and dark brown in color and looked like 2 sideways triangles connected in the middle. Naruto smiled as he took the badge and put it in his badge case. Thank you, Roxanne. I got the stone badge. Naruto shouted as his Pokémon cheered. Shelgon. Nuzleaf. Ninetales. Riolu. His Pokémon shouted as Naruto held his badge case up. Line break XXXXX. After Naruto's successful gym battle he messaged his parents saying that he won and his Bagon evolved. After a night of rest for his Pokémon and the gang at the Pokémon Center, Naruto woke up early to get some morning exercise in. He woke up and got dressed and got his Pokémon back. He walked outside to see Ash busy training his new Trico. "Hey, Ash." Naruto said. "Hey, Naruto. How'd you sleep?" Ash asked. "Like a baby." "So you ready for your gym battle?" Naruto asked. "Born ready. I'm so pumped after watching you win yesterday." Ash said as Naruto chuckled. Brock, Max and May woke up and joined Naruto outside and they were about to head to the gym for Ash's match with Roxanne when Naruto got a call on his poke gear. He took it out of his pocket and it was his dad. "Hey, Dad." Naruto said. "Hey, son. I know this is kind of sudden, but are you near a video phone? Your mother and I, along with someone else need to talk to you." Minato said. "Sure." Naruto said as they wondered what was going on. Naruto and the group walked back to the Pokemon Center and Naruto got on a video phone and dialed his parents' lab. After a few seconds, the screen turned on and it showed Naruto's parents. "Hey, Mom. Dad." Naruto said as his parents saw him. "Naruto, good you're at the Pokemon Center." Minato said. "Sure, so what's up?" Naruto asked. "Hold on, I'm connecting Professor Birch and Professor Oak." Kushina said as she did and the screen then split into three showing Professor Oak from Pallet Town and Professor Birch from Little Root Town. "Hey, Naruto." Professor Birch said. "Hey, Professor Birch." Naruto said. "Hi, Professor Oak." Ash said. "Ash, it's good to see you. Are you ready for your gym battle today?" Professor Oak asked. "I am. I even caught a new Pokemon for the battle." "But what's going on?" Ash asked. "Well, we need Naruto's help." Professor Oak said. "My help? With what?" Naruto asked. "Well, we received word from Brawly on Dewford Island about a recent meteor strike near the caves on the island. He and Officer Jenny have secured the site but we tried talking to them a few hours ago and they haven't responded. We'd like you to see what happened." Professor Birch said. "Me?" Naruto asked. "Yes. You're quite the brilliant mind when it comes to science and happen to be the closet one there. None of us can make it, so we'd like you to go." Professor Oak said. "It's probably nothing, Brawly is probably busy, but we'd like you go there to make sure he's all right and to investigate this meteor." Minato said. "We know this is a lot to ask of you, but we'd like to make sure nothing bad happened. If there's any problems, give us a call." Kushina said. "Sure, I'd be happy to do it. Now I just got to get a ride to the islands." Naruto said. "Don't worry, we already took care of that. Your ride should be there now. We'll see you soon." Minato said as they all signed off. They then heard a noise outside and walked to see what it was. They walked out of the Pokemon Center and saw it was a large Altaria. He saw it had a red scarf on it and Naruto recognized it as his mother's Altaria. "Altaria!" Naruto shouted as he ran up and hugged it as Altaria happily snuggled into Naruto. "Altaria!" Altaria said. "It's my mom's Altaria. Look like it's my ride to the Dewford Islands." Naruto said. "Cool." Brock said. "Sorry, I won't be able to see your match, Ash." Naruto said. "That's okay. I'm all pumped for my match and I'll soon have a badge like you." Ash said. "I bet you will. And it's a good thing I'm heading there. The Dewford Gym will be the next one we should get our badges from. I'll see you guys there." Naruto said as they nodded. He then returned Kurama to his Pokeball so he could get on Altaria. "All right, Altaria. To Dewford Island." Naruto said as Altaria flew away. Line break XXXXX. For a few hours, Naruto enjoyed feeling the wind in his face as Altaria flew over the land and then over the ocean. Naruto smiled as he saw Wingull and Pelipper fly next to Altaria. He saw Sharpedo, Magikarp, Wishcash, and Lapras were swimming below. Naruto saw Dewford Islands closing in as Altaria flew down and landed on the beach near the Pokémon Center. Naruto got off and called out Kurama. Ninetales. Kurama called out as he stretched. I know you hate it, but you wouldn't fit on Altaria. Naruto said as he took out a berry and handed it to Altaria as Altaria happily ate it up. Thanks again, Altaria. Altaria said as she flew off. Well, let's head off to the Pokémon Center and see what's going on. Naruto said as Kurama followed and they walked to the Pokémon Center. He walked up to the counter as Nurse Joy and Chansey saw him. Hello, can I help you? Nurse Joy asked. Yes, Nurse Joy. I'm here about the recent meteor crash on the island. I'm looking into it and Brawly and Officer Jenny were supposed to help me. Naruto said. Oh yes, that crash was something fierce. Last I heard, Brawly and Officer Jenny left for the Dewford Mountains, just north of the gym. Nurse Joy said. Thanks, Nurse Joy. Naruto said. Chansey. Chansey said. Huh? What do you mean helicopters? Naruto asked. Oh yes. Earlier today we saw some red helicopters fly by and land near the crash site. I believe one of them had a large M written on. Nurse Joy said. An M? That's Team Magma, but what could they be doing here? Thanks Nurse Joy. Naruto said as he left and he and Kurama quickly head towards the Dewford Mountains. Naruto stopped near the entrance to the caves and saw a map set up that would show the length and routes of the tunnels. Naruto pulled out his poke gear and looked over the coordinates that his dad sent him of the approximate location of the meteor strike. It seems if we take Tunnel C, we'll get to the crash site. Come on. Naruto said as they walked into the tunnel. It was a big dark, so Naruto found a stick and had Kurama use flamethrower to turn it into a torch. Naruto and Kurama walked through the tunnel. Naruto then noticed something up ahead. It was a steelish color ball stuck in some rocks that had fallen. Huh? Hey, are you stuck? Naruto asked as he pulled the Pokemon out and put it down to reveal it was an Aaron. Aaron, Aaron. Aaron said. You're welcome. You looked like you were stuck. What happened? Naruto asked. Aaron. Aaron said. Oh, that meteor crash shook some rocks loose and you got stuck under. Well, it's a good thing we came around when we did. Naruto said. Ninetales. Kurama said. So Aaron, do you happen to know where the meteor landed? Naruto asked. Aaron. Aaron said. Oh good. You know your way around the caves and can feel where that meteor landed. Can you lead us there? Naruto asked. Aaron. Aaron said as it nodded and escorted Naruto and Kurama through the cave. After about 20 minutes of walking through the cave, they saw a light at the end of the tunnel. They kept walking until they came out of the tunnel and were greeted with a large crater. Naruto immediately took cover behind a rock, and then leaned to the side and looked down to see a whole group of Team Magma grunts with a bunch of Mitayana, Golbat and Houndoom. There were grunts around acting as guards, scientists with various equipment and computers analyzing and trying to take samples of the meteor, which was the size of a large truck and covered in black soot and rocks. Naruto looked to the side and saw Brawly and Officer Jenny tied up to a rock with their pokeballs on a table next to them. Team Magma, should have figured. Alright, Aaron, thanks. Now you should get out of here, I don't want you to get hurt. These Team Magma grunts mean business. Naruto said as Aaron nodded no. Aaron. Aaron said. I appreciate the thought, but this isn't your fight. I've got to help Brawly and Officer Jenny and stop those guys from taking the meteor. You should get to safety. Naruto said as Aaron shook his head no. Aaron said as it stomped its feet. Alright, but stay hidden and work with my Pokemon. Naruto said as Aaron nodded. Naruto then slowly and quietly walked down from the rock and stood close to the sides of the crater. He quietly walked down as he then hid behind a rock as a grunt passed by him. He then walked around some machines and slowly got to the rock where Brawly and Officer Jenny were tied up. Brawly. Naruto whispered as Brawly saw him and smiled. Naruto. You're here. Brawly whispered as Naruto grabbed a sharp rock and began cutting the ropes that tied them up. Yeah, my parents sent me here to check on the meteor. Said they lost contact with you. Naruto said as he cut one of the 4 ropes. Team Magma jumped us and took over. They're trying to do something with the meteor. Officer Jenny said. Don't worry, we'll stop them. Naruto said as he cut another rope. Look, what we got here, boys. They heard as Naruto turned to see a whole bunch of grunts there standing with their Pokémon ready to attack as Naruto stood ready to fight as Kurama got in front of him. We've got ourselves a hero. Why don't you just do yourself a favor and hand over your Pokémon and tie yourself up? You ain't stopping Team Magma from harvesting this meteor for our plans. Not going to happen. Kurama, use Flame Burst. Naruto shouted as Kurama jumped forward. 9. Tails. Kurama shouted as his body glowed red and then shot out a large ball of red and blue fire towards the ground in front of the Team Magma goons, and when the ball hit the ground, it erupted into a large plume of fire that kept the goons and their Pokémon from advancing. Nuzleaf, Shelgon, come out. Naruto shouted as he released his other Pokémon. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf shouted as it stood ready. Shelgon. Shelgon said as he stood ready. Nuzleaf, cut Brawly and Officer Jenny free using Leaf Blade. Naruto shouted as Nuzleaf's leaf glowed green and he slashed the ropes and freed Brawly and Officer Jenny. Naruto then handed Brawly and Jenny their Pokeballs. Metatite, Hariyama, let's go. Brawly shouted as his Pokémon appeared in front of him. Growlithe, help out. Officer Jenny shouted her Growlithe came out. Shelgon, go Zen Headbutt. Nuzleaf, Bullet Seed. Kurama, Flamethrower. Naruto shouted as his Shelgon headbutted a Mitayana into a wall. Nuzleaf let loose a Bullet Seed barrage against 2 Golbat and Kurama released a Flamethrower that hit some Houndoom, and even though they were fire Pokémon, the force of the attack really hurt them. Metatite, Light Screen. Brawly shouted as a giant screen of light protected Metatite and Hariyama from a super sonic attack from the Golbat. Hariyama, now use Hyper Beam. Hariyama's hands glowed as it formed a ball of golden energy and then fired a beam that knocked the Golbat out. Growlithe, go tackle attack. Officer Jenny said as her Growlithe managed to tackle a Houndoom away. Aaron. Aaron shouted as it did a rock slide attack, hitting some Mitayana. Now, Nuzleaf Energy Orb. Naruto shouted as Nuzleaf fired an energy orb that collided with a flamethrower, but it overpowered it and smashed into a Houndoom. Naruto, watch out. Brawly shouted as Naruto turned to see a Mitayana charge at him with a bite attack. Kurama, Shelgon and Nuzleaf turned to see Naruto about to be attacked and quickly tried to get to him, but they wouldn't get to him in time. Naruto put his hands up to protect himself, and all of a sudden a bright light exploded from his belt and Riolu charged out in front of Naruto. Riolu. Riolu shouted as his hands glowed and he pushed his hand forward and it hit Mitayana in the face and then was pushed away by the force. That was Force Palm. Nice job, Riolu. Naruto said as Riolu nodded. Call in the chopper. Let's get that meteor out of here. A magma grunt shouted as a scientist called in the chopper, and Naruto heard it closing in and was directly above them now with a crane lowering down. You're not taking that meteor. Naruto shouted as the crane hooked onto the meteor and began taking it up. Kurama, overheat. Nuzleaf, solar beam. Shelgon, dragon breath. Naruto shouted as his Pokémon charged up their attacks and fired it at the helicopter, hitting the blades and causing it to fly to the ground and crash, and destroyed the meteor as well. No. A scientist shouted as they tried to make a break for it, but all of a sudden, a Metagross and Agron appeared at the cave entrance and blocked the exit. Then a man with grayish hair and wearing some long slacks, boots, a vest, a button up along with a backpack. You guys aren't going anywhere. The man said as he walked forward, and a bunch of other police officers came through and surrounded Team Magma. Steven. Naruto shouted, happy to see his friend here. Steven was the son of the president of the Devon Corporation, collector of rare stones and a great steel-type trainer. Hey, Naruto. Steven said as he walked up to Naruto and high-fived him as the police arrested the Team Magma grunts and scientists. Steven. It's good to see you. Brawly said as he high-fived Steven. Good to see you too, Brawly. Steven said. So what brought you here? Not that I'm upset to see you. Naruto said. I was on the other side of the island digging for some stones when Professor Birch called me, saying that you were here to investigate a meteor strike. I wanted to come by and check it out myself when I saw all the magma people. I went for help. I didn't think you'd have settled it by the time I got back. Steven said as Naruto and his Pokémon smirked and puffed their chests out in pride. Of course. Look who you're talking to. Naruto said as everyone chuckled. Thanks again for rescuing us, Naruto. Officer Jenny said as she shook Naruto's hand. No problem. Glad I came here when I did. Who knows what Team Magma had planned for that meteor? Naruto said. Well. We'll never find out now. It's probably toast. Brawly said, kicking over a destroyed piece of the helicopter. Does make me curious. Naruto said as he looked at the wreckage and then walked over to one of the computers. He activated it and saw that Team Magma were running energy scans and were picking up unusual readings from the meteor. These are some strange readings. I'd love to get at least a small fragment of that meteor. Naruto and his Pokémon began rummaging through the debris to look for a small fragment of the meteor, but it was hard to tell what was rock and meteor. Naruto moved a piece of the helicopter's door off of a rock. Kurama moved some debris with his tails, and Shelgon and Nuzleaf were sorting through some rocks as Brawly and Steven decided to help. Riolu was moving a rock out of the way when he saw the gleam of a green rock under a large boulder. Riolu. Everyone heard as they walked over to Riolu and saw the green rock. Nice job, Riolu. Naruto said as he pat Riolu on the head. Rio. Riolu replied. All right. Let's get this thing out. Naruto said as he went up to the boulder and tried to push it off, but it was really heavy. Oh. Come on, budge. Naruto said as he was straining himself to move it. Naruto? I could have Hariyama break it. Brawly said. Hariyama. Hariyama said. No. That's too risky. You could break the meteor. You can help lift. Naruto said as Brawly nodded and helped Naruto lift, but this boulder was like a building. Soon Steven and all of the Pokémon were trying to lift the boulder. Come on, guys. Almost there. Naruto said as they finally managed to push the boulder off. Man. That thing's heavy. Steven said as everyone tried to catch their breath. Naruto then saw the small green rock wasn't small but was quite large. About 16 inches and in perfect shape. A complete circle, with no breaks, cracks, anything. Amazing. It's perfectly fine. Naruto said as he took out his camera and began recording the meteor. That's incredible. Look at the colors. Steven said as he marveled at the rock. This is incredible. Brawly said as Riolu looked at the rock. Riolu. Riolu said as Naruto looked at Riolu. What do you mean, Riolu? Naruto asked. What's going on? Brawly asked. Riolu said that he's picking up some kind of aura from the meteor. Naruto said as he knelt down. Aura. Naruto looked at the rock and touched it, and as soon as he did that, the meteor glowed super bright. AH. Everyone shouted as they covered their eyes from the bright light. What's going on? Steven shouted as a spectral form rose out from the meteor rock and hovered in the air. When the light died down, everyone could what it was. Oh my god. Naruto said in awe as he saw the new creature. It was about 5 feet in height, and sort of looked like a humanoid but alien as well. It had a blue face with 2 eyes and a red-colored body with a large purple crystal in the middle. Its arms were wavy blue and red tentacles that soon solidified into solid arms. Whoa! Brawly said. By Arceus. Steven said. The creature looked at Naruto and everyone, and its face glowed as it shot out an energy beam that seemed to analyze its environment. Naruto's Pokémon were ready to attack, but Naruto told them to stop. Easy guys. Don't attack. Naruto said as he slowly walked forward, and the Pokémon lowered itself to the ground and stood in front of Naruto and tilted its head. Hi. I'm Naruto. Naruto said as the creature just tilted its head as it looked at him. You came out of that meteor, my friends, and I found. Naruto said as the creature looked at him. Can you understand me? He asked as the creature nodded yes. It then reached its arm out and formed a hand. Naruto looked confused but then saw the Pokémon nod, so Naruto grabbed the hand. Then the creature's eyes glowed blue as Naruto's eyes glowed as well, and after a few seconds, it stopped. Whoa! What was that? Naruto asked as he shook his head. The creature then replied in a form of sounds like computers or machines would make. You fell to this planet, wait. I can understand you. You made it so I would understand what you said. Naruto said as the Pokémon nodded. Amazing. So you fell to this planet from space. You crash-landed here and were scared to come out because you could feel the evil from Team Magma. Naruto said as the Pokémon nodded. Amazing, a Pokémon that can feel emotions. It must be some kind of psychic type. Steven said. You showed yourself after they were gone and I touched the meteor, you felt comfortable and safe with me. Naruto said as the Pokémon nodded. Well, I'm glad you're safe. And that I got here just in time so that Team Magma couldn't do anything. If you want, you can come with me for a bit, just to make sure you're alright. Then I'll let you go. The Pokémon contemplated Naruto's words and looked at him. This human had an aura of trust and could tell he was being genuine and truthful. The Pokémon nodded as Naruto smiled and reached into his bag. He opened one of the pockets and pulled out an Ultra Ball. Here. Naruto said as the creature tapped the ball. The Ultra Ball grew to regular size, opened up, and the Pokémon was sucked in. The Pokeball closed and then dinged, indicating the Pokémon was caught. Amazing. Naruto said as he used his research Pokédex to analyze the new Pokémon. A Pokémon from outer space. Things are going to get interesting. End of Chapter 1. Hoped you guys liked the chapter. Naruto will be both a Pokémon researcher and trainer and will do gym battles. I wanted to do this because I thought it'd be interesting. Naruto will be a lot smarter than normal and he's got a lot more skill. He also has the ability to talk to Pokémon, which will come in handy later. Naruto's team of Pokémon will continue to expand and encompass Pokémon from all the regions. Next chapter, Naruto gets some information on his new friend and has his battle with Brawly. Naruto's list of Pokémon. Ninetales aka Kurama, regular Pokeball. Level, 65. Ability, Flash Fire. Powers up fire-type moves if hit by one. Move list, Flamethrower, Iron Tail, Psychic, Fire Blast, Fire Spin, Flame Burst, Flame Charge, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hypnosis, Hyper Beam, Double Team, Overheat, Dark Pulse, Heat Wave, Swift, Psyshock. Shelgon, Great Ball. Level, 32. Ability, Rock Head. Protects the Pokémon from recoil damage. Move list, Zen Headbutt, Dragon Pulse, Focus Energy, Dragon Claw, Rock Smash, Double Edge, Flamethrower, Brick Break, Protect, Double Team, Stone Edge, Incinerate. Nuzleaf, Fast Ball. Level, 32. Ability, Chlorophyll. Raises speed in sunshine. Move list, Energy Ball, Razor Wind, Razor Leaf, Nature Power, Leaf Blade, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Dig, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Double Team, Leaf Charge, Growth, Synthesis. Riolu, regular Pokeball. Level, 7. Ability, Inner Focus. Prevents Pokémon from flinching. Move list, Quick Attack, Endure, Force Palm, Calm Mind. 2. A New Friend and Pokémon. Here is Chapter 2 of the Maelstrom Researcher. Naruto continues his training for his next gym battle against Broly and trains his new Pokémon as well. He also gets a visit from an old friend of his dad's. Enjoy. Also note, I plan to kind of glaze over or skip some parts of the anime that deal with Ash and his battles. They still follow the show and everything, but I don't want to have to write down that since it's just filler. I want to focus on Naruto hanging out with the group, but there will be skips for those who watch the show. I'll just be fast forwarding to certain parts. Enjoy. A New Friend and Pokémon. After Naruto had caught the new Pokémon, he, Broly, and Steven quickly headed to the Pokémon Center with all their Pokémon and Eren following them. Naruto got to the Pokémon Center and quickly went to the videophone and set up a four-way call with Professor Oak, Professor Birch and his parents. After a few seconds of the phones ringing, the screens turned on to show Professor Oak, Birch and Naruto's parents. Naruto. Oh good. You're at the Dewford Islands. Kushina said. Yup. I arrived here a few hours ago and found the meteor. You were right to send me. Naruto said. We were. Birch asked. Oh, yeah. Officer Jenny and I got ambushed by some Team Magma grunts. They tied us up and were doing some experiments on the meteor. If Naruto hadn't shown up and stopped them, who knows what they would have done. Broly said. Team Magma. What on earth could they want with that meteor? Minato said. Well, they won't find out. I got there in time too with the police. Team Magma are all sitting in jail cells now. Steven said. Riolu. Riolu shouted, from his place on Naruto's head. Oh, who is that? Professor Oak asked. Oh, this is Riolu. He's the Pokémon who hatched from the egg that Riley sent. Say hi, Riolu. Naruto said. Rio. Riolu said. Amazing. Riley sent you an amazing egg. Minato said. Yeah, he did. Riolu saved my butt when we were fighting against Team Magma. He's a great fighter already. Naruto said as he pat Riolu on the head. Well, we're glad you're safe, Naruto. Professor Birch said. Yeah. We didn't think you'd run into Team Magma. Any idea what they wanted with the meteor? Professor Oak asked. I think I do. Inside the meteor was a Pokémon. Naruto said as they were all shocked. A Pokémon, you say? Professor Oak asked. Yeah. Team Magma must have been trying to get the Pokémon to show itself, but it felt all the negative emotions coming from them. It wasn't until it detected me that it appeared. Naruto said. Incredible. A Pokémon that can detect emotions. Did you capture it? Professor Birch asked. I did. That's part of the reason I called you guys. I got all the data on my Pokédex. Have any of you ever seen this type of Pokémon before? Naruto asked as he plugged in his Pokédex and uploaded all the information his Pokédex had gathered on the Pokémon. Height, weight, elemental attributes, possible attacks and defenses, level, health, endurance, weaknesses and possible origin. Amazing. I've never seen anything like this. A new species of Pokémon. Professor Oak said. There could be more out there. If this Pokémon came from a meteor, it's possible that there have been some on the planet before. Minato said. Well, I've never seen one like this before. Kushina said as she looked at the data. This seems familiar. Professor Birch said as his computer beeped. Hold on a second. Wait. Now I know I've seen this type of Pokémon before. You have? Where? Naruto asked. Well, I never saw it, but a colleague of mine has and sent over the data on the Pokémon. Professor Lund from LaRue City. Professor Birch said. You mean the inventor? Naruto asked. The very one. He and his company were in the North Pole about 3 years ago doing some research when a meteorite crash landed near their campsite. Inside that meteorite was a Pokémon, one that he had never seen before, and it looked exactly like the one you caught today. Professor Birch said. Amazing. What happened? Minato asked. Well, unfortunately the Pokémon that appeared had stumbled onto the territory of Rayquaza. Professor Birch said. Rayquaza, the Sky Guardian. Naruto said in amazement. Exactly. He thinks that Rayquaza felt threatened with this new powerful Pokémon invading its territory, and the two had an intense battle with Rayquaza narrowly winning. Professor Birch said. The Pokémon was a match for Rayquaza. That must be one powerful Pokémon. Minato said. Indeed. He also said that the Pokémon had the effect of short-circuiting certain electrical equipment when it got close. But unfortunately the battle ended with the Pokémon's destruction. He had managed to take some pictures and some initial data before the Pokémon was destroyed and sent it over to me. Professor Birch said as he pulled up the photos that Professor Lund had taken showing the same Pokémon that Naruto caught but with 3 other forms. It has other forms? Kushina asked. Yes. During the battle, Professor Lund saw that the Pokémon would change its form to either attack, defend itself, or move with increased speed. Professor Birch said. Wow. It must be able to adapt to a lot of battle situations. I can't wait to see for myself. Naruto said. Did Professor Lund happen to catch the Pokémon's name? Kushina asked. No, but he did give the Pokémon a name. Deoxys. Professor Birch said. Deoxys. I like it. Thanks, Professor. Naruto said. Don't mention it. I do hope that you'll keep me updated on your progress. Professor Birch said. Naturally. Naruto said with a smile. Good. One other thing, Naruto. For your work with the meteor, the discovery of the new Pokémon and your desire to train for gym battles, we've decided to increase your carry limit. Professor Oak said as Professor Birch pressed a few buttons and Naruto's Pokédex beeped for a few seconds before it ejected from the computer. You'll now be able to carry 12 Pokémon with you at once. Thanks a lot, you guys. Naruto said. It was our pleasure. Professor Oak said. Good luck with your training, Naruto. I know you'll do us proud. Minato said as he and Kushina smiled. I will. Naruto said as he signed off. Well, Naruto, I'm ready to battle whenever you are. Brawly said. If you don't mind, Brawly. I'd like some time to train for a bit first. Naruto said. No problem. Gives me some time to catch some waves. Brawly said as he left. I better get going too. I still got some research to be doing. Bye, Naruto. Steven said as he left. See ya, Steven. Naruto said as it was just him, Riolu, Kurama and Eren. And a big thanks to you, Eren. You lead me to Deoxys and you did an amazing job fighting. If you would do me the honor, I'd love to have you on my team as I challenge the gym leaders and strive to become the best. Eren. Eren said, happily. Eren nuzzled its head against Naruto's hand as Naruto smiled. Thanks, Eren. We'll become the best. Now which kind of Pokeball do you want? Naruto asked as he took out 5 different types. A regular Pokeball, a Great Ball, a Heavy Ball, a Luxury Ball and a Level Ball. Eren. Eren said as he used its paw to touch the Heavy Ball. The Heavy Ball opened and Eren was sucked into the ball. It closed and a ding was heard as he was captured. Naruto then released Eren and scanned Eren with his Pokédex. Eren, the Iron Armor Pokémon. Eren has an impressive defense power and eats iron ore in order to build up the metal in its body. This Eren is level 29. The Pokédex said. Whoa, Eren. You're already really strong. Naruto said as Eren was happy. Come on, guys. Let's get some sleep. We'll start training tomorrow. Naruto said as he went to his room in the Pokémon Center and got some sleep. Line break XXXXX. The next morning, Naruto woke up early, showered and got dressed. He got a quick breakfast, readied breakfast for the rest of his Pokémon and walked out to do some training. He found an empty spot near the ocean, near some rocks where the waves would crash onto shore but also near some trees and a flat spot of ground. Naruto set his backpack down next to a tree for a shade and pulled out his camera and research Pokédex as Kurama walked with him, with a mat in his mouth and put it down. "Thanks, boy," Naruto said as he unrolled the mat. He then unclipped all his Pokeballs. "Come out, guys," Naruto shouted as he released all his Pokemon. "Shelgon!" Shelgon shouted. "Nuzleaf!" Nuzleaf shouted. "Riolu!" Riolu shouted. "Aaron!" Aaron shouted. "BZZT!" Deoxys said in its language. "Hey guys! We've got some new friends. Meet Aaron and Deoxys," Naruto said as his Pokemon talked amongst themselves as Naruto walked up to Deoxys. "I was told that there may be more Pokemon like you out there, Deoxys. If you want to go out there and try and find them, you're more than welcome to. It's your choice, and if you want to leave, I will more than understand," Naruto said as Deoxys looked at Naruto and tilted his head. Its eyes then glowed blue as it read Naruto's emotions and Naruto was being truthful. Deoxys then shook his head no, deciding to stay. "Okay, Deoxys. Thanks. My dream is to become a great Pokemon researcher, but I also want to do gym battles. So right now, we will all be training for our gym battle against Brawly. He's a fighting type Pokemon gym leader, but he's really strong and smart, so we'll need to be ready," Naruto said as his Pokemon nodded. "Deoxys, if you don't mind, I'd like to get an idea about how to use you in a battle," Naruto said as Deoxys nodded. Naruto then pulled out his Pokédex and did another scan of Deoxys, with the information he got from Professor Birch. From what the Pokédex could tell, Deoxys was very high level, at 69, being higher than Kurama, who was Naruto's best. "So you're a psychic type, but from what Professor Birch said, you've got some additional forms. Let's see what you can do." "Alright, here's one move I recognize," Naruto said as he looked at a coming wave. "Deoxys, use Psychic and dispel that wave," Naruto shouted as Deoxys looked at the wave and its eyes glowed blue and the large wave that was coming to the shore instantly froze and then dispelled. "Nice job," Naruto said as he saw how quickly Deoxys was able to do that. Deoxys' eyes continued to glow as its form then shifted so that its head pointed out and the ears or blocks on its head were angular. Its arms changed so that it was two long tentacles on each side and points extended out from its legs. The water then glowed as it suddenly exploded and showered water all over the place. In the spot of the explosion was a large maelstrom as it spun rapidly. "Wow! That's powerful," Naruto said. "Okay, what else can you do?" Naruto asked as Deoxys looked at him and levitated up a few feet off the ground. Its chest glowed as it fired a black stream of energy and hit the maelstrom and it exploded, returning the sea to normal. "Nightshade," Naruto said, "recognize that attack." Deoxys then moved its tentacles together and fired a blast of ice and froze the shoreline in ice. "Ice Beam." Deoxys then copied itself, performing double team, and then one clone fired Hyper Beam, another used Solar Beam, another used Thunderbolt, another used Shadow Ball, another used Focus Blast and another used Water Pulse. After the attacks, the clones disappeared as the real Deoxys held its tentacles in front of its chest as the gem glowed bright purple. Then a small orb of bright glowing energy formed and grew to the size of a basketball. Deoxys then threw the ball at the ocean. It hit the water, and then the water exploded in a giant explosion, showering rain everywhere. "Whoa!" Naruto said as his Pokédex said that move was Psycho Boost, a very powerful psychic attack. Deoxys then levitated back to the ground as it shifted back to its normal form. "That was amazing, Deoxys. I've never seen such power before. Nicely done," Naruto said with a smile as his Pokemon cheered too as Deoxys just titled its head. "So attack power is pretty good, but what about defense?" Deoxys then backed up about 8 feet and its body changed again. This time, its body solidified and became more bulky like a tank. A large cum encompassed its head and its arms and legs were solid and much larger than before. BZZT, BZZT, ZZT. Deoxys said. So that form increases your defense. Alright. Let's find your limit. Okay guys, let's get our training started. Kurama use flamethrower. Naruto shouted as Kurama charged up a flamethrower and let it loose as the large stream of fire made contact with Deoxys, but its defense from was still solid. Now, Nuzleaf go leaf blade. Naruto shouted. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf's leaf glowed as it charged at Deoxys and swung as the move made contact and made a loud clang. Nuzleaf then jumped off and flipped back to Naruto's side as Deoxys was fine. Shelgon, go Zen headbutt. Naruto shouted as Shelgon shouted and made contacted. Deoxys backed up a bit from the force of the attack but was still fine. Eren, use headbutt. Riolu, force palm. Naruto shouted as Eren charged forward and did a headbutt while Riolu did a force palm, and like before, Deoxys was pushed back by the force of the attack but was still fine. Man. That's one heck of a defense. Nice job, Deoxys. You too, guys. Naruto said as his Pokémon nodded. Got anything else, Deoxys? Naruto asked. Deoxys nodded and its form shifted back to its normal mode, and then its body got more sleek and aerodynamic, like it was ready to move very fast. Deoxys then motioned Naruto forward. ZTT, BZZT. Deoxys said as Naruto was a bit confused. You want me to get on? Naruto asked as Deoxys nodded. Naruto got on Deoxys' back as Deoxys then began to levitate a bit off the ground. Okay, so now what? What am I suppose, WAH? Naruto shouted as Deoxys took off flying across the ocean, moving so fast that it caused a sonic boom and pushed the water up as they moved so fast. Waiawa. Naruto shouted as he was about to fall off, but he glowed blue and stayed on with Deoxys using Psychic. Deoxys then shot up into the air and did a few loops and spins and then dove down to the ocean and at the last second pulled up and flew straight back to the spot where Naruto's Pokémon were waiting. Deoxys landed back on the ground as Naruto wobbled off and tried to regain his bearings. Kurama and his Pokémon walked up to Naruto to make sure he was okay. I'm good. Oh. Naruto said as he felt like he was about to barf but swallowed it. I'm good. Whoa, Deoxys. You are fast. I know that will come in handy in the future, nice job. Naruto said as Deoxys nodded. Alright. Now let's get some stretches and warm up before we start training. Naruto said as he did some stretches and his Pokémon followed his example. Kurama stretched its legs, Nuzleaf jumped up and down to get ready, Shelgon stretched its legs as well while Eren and Riolu stretched its arms while Deoxys just titled its head and watched them. Alright. Nuzleaf, Kurama, Shelgon, we're going to get Eren and Riolu up to speed on our training regime. We'll start off by getting their speed up so we'll be ready against Brawly's Pokémon. Speed is going to be our ally in that battle. Naruto said as Nuzleaf, Kurama and Shelgon nodded. Okay. Let's get started. Naruto said as he and his Pokémon began training. They spent the next 2 hours working on Riolu's and Eren's speed, getting them to move faster while also being agile. It wasn't just speed but reaction time as well. Okay, Eren, Riolu. Keep going. Naruto shouted as Eren and Riolu jumped in the air to avoid swift attack from Kurama. They then rolled on the ground to avoid a bullet seed as Riolu spun to the side to avoid a dragon breath and Eren jumped to avoid a flamethrower. Nice job, guys. Keep going. Naruto shouted as he cheered his Pokémon on for another hour. Alright, guys. Let's take a lunch break. Naruto said as his Pokémon gathered around him and sat down. Naruto pulled out some bowls and poured Pokémon food in them and also filled up a separate dish for water. Hope you guys like it. I made sure to add in some berries for strength and nutrients. Naruto said as his Pokémon happily ate. Naruto pulled out a sandwich and began eating happily as his Pokémon ate. Deoxys ate as well, slowly after looking at the food and each slowly, but it seemed to be enjoying it, if the blank face and eye movements were an indicator. Naruto and his group happily ate and rested their bodies. After lunch, they worked on their endurance training and then attack and defense power. Eren was getting better and his defense was something that Naruto was working on a lot since Eren would have a really good defense as the Iron Armor Pokémon. With Riolu, Naruto worked on his speed and attack power. Eren boosted up a few levels and even learned some new moves, such as Shockwave and Water Pulse. Riolu made the most progress and got up to level 19 and learned a bunch of new moves like Rock Smash, Poison Jab and Shadow Ball. He and his Pokémon took a lot of breaks but kept training the entire day to get ready for Brawly's gym battle and their future ones as well. After that day, Kurama, Shelgon, and Nuzleaf had all gone up a level and Riolu was now level 22 with Eren being level 32. Naruto was confident he and his Pokémon would be ready but he worked them a lot today so he would give them tomorrow off to rest and then he would challenge Brawly. Line break XXXXX. Naruto woke up a bit later the next morning, around noon to give his Pokémon and himself a day off from the training. He let his Pokémon rest at the Pokémon Center for a bit and left them with Nurse Joy while he got some lunch and got his Pokémon food ready. After he ate and got his Pokémon food ready he went to get his Pokémon but they were still with Nurse Joy. So, Naruto decided to go shopping in Dewford Town and then come back. He walked into town and saw some stalls and shops busy with customers, families were walking and enjoying the nice weather and restaurants and cafes were busy with customers. Naruto went up to a fruit and berry stand and bought about 2 dozen fresh oran, pecha and cherry berries along with some nice apples, oranges and bananas. After that was a trip to the Pokemart to restock on medicine and he even found a local gardener who was selling herbs he could use. After some shopping in some large bags, Naruto rested at the Dewford Square fountain, in the middle of the town. He sat against the stone fountain and took out an apple as the water spray from the fountain sprinkled into the air. He took a bite and relaxed, enjoying the downtime. Wartortle. Naruto heard as he turned around and saw a young Wartortle swimming in the fountain. Wartortle. Hey there. Didn't mean to trespass on your home. Naruto said as the Wartortle looked at him. Then Wartortle's stomach growled as Naruto noticed the Wartortle looked really hungry. Naruto smiled and reached into one of his bags and took out 2 oran berries and 2 pecha berries. Here. You look really hungry. Naruto said as he held them out but the Wartortle backed up a bit, wary of Naruto. Naruto understood and put them on the stone of the fountain and moved to the side. Wartortle then slowly swam forward and looked at the berries and then at Naruto. It then took one of the oran berries with its paw and bit down. Wartortle. Wartortle said happily as it munched the berry with gusto. It then moved on to the next oran berry and then the 2 pecha berries. Naruto smiled as he took out 2 more oran berries and a bottle of Momo milk he got from a stand. He took the cap off the bottle and left it there as the Wartortle quickly ate the other berries and drank the Momo milk. Wartortle finished the milk and put the bottle down. Wartortle. Wartortle said as it let out a sigh of satisfaction, causing Naruto to smile. Glad you feel better. You looked like you hadn't eaten in a while. Naruto said as he broke off a part of his apple and held it out to Wartortle. Go ahead. Wartortle got out of the water and sat down on the fountain and ate the apple. Besides, it's nice to eat with some company. Wartortle. Wartortle said as it ate a chunk of the apple. You're welcome. So, what's a Wartortle doing out on the Dewford Islands? You're not exactly common around here. Naruto asked. Wartortle. 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 Wartortle said as Naruto was serious. A trainer ditched you after a loss against Brawly? Naruto said. Wartortle. Wartortle said, nodding its head. What an idiot. What kind of trainer gives up his Pokémon after a loss? Besides, it wasn't your fault. You seem strong to me. If anything, it was that trainer's fault for not taking the time to prepare for the battle. Naruto said as Wartortle liked the kind words. Wartortle. Wartortle said with a smile, don't mention it. I hate trainers that give up their Pokémon so easily. It gives real trainers a bad name. If I ever did that, not only would my parents and Pokémon kick my ass, but I would too. Naruto said as he chuckled and looked at Wartortle. Hey, Wartortle. Want to hang out with my Pokémon today? I had plans of relaxing at the beach today. Wartortle thought for a moment and looked at Naruto, then it nodded. Wartortle. Wartortle said. Great, come on. Naruto said as Wartortle followed Naruto to the Pokémon Center. Naruto walked into the Pokémon Center with Wartortle following him as he went up to Nurse Joy. Hey, Nurse Joy. Are my Pokémon ready? They are. They are all in such good condition and are the pictures of perfect health. You've done a really good job, Naruto. Nurse Joy said as she held out the tray with 6 Pokeballs. Thanks. Naruto said as he took them and clipped them to his belt. He and Wartortle left the gym and went to the beach where a few people were lounging about and enjoying their day. Naruto found a nice spot near some shade and put his backpack and bags down and unclipped his Pokeballs. Come on out, you guys. Naruto shouted as he released his Pokémon. Ninetales. Kurama shouted as it stretched. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf said. Shelgon. Shelgon said. Aaron. Aaron said. Rio. Riolu said. BZZT. Deoxys said as his Pokémon stretched. Alright. Guys, enjoy our rest day and have fun. And this is Wartortle. He'll be joining us. Naruto said. Wartortle. Wartortle said as he stepped forward. Now go have fun. Naruto said as his Pokémon began to play. Deoxys flew up into the sky to relax or something. Riolu, Aaron, Nuzleaf and Wartortle played in the sand and water while Shelgon and Kurama took a nap on the nice sand and let the sun warm them up. Naruto and his Pokémon spent the entire rest of the day relaxing at the beach and letting their bodies rest for the gym battle tomorrow. They had snacks of fresh berries, fruit and soda and they had fun. There was a practice battle with one of the surfers and Naruto won. After that, it just some more relaxing until it was time to head back to the Pokémon Center and get some sleep. Naruto returned his Pokémon except for Kurama. Naruto stood up and looked at Wartortle. Wartortle. Today was a fun day. It was nice to meet you. Naruto said with a smile. Wartortle. Wartortle said with a small smile, but was sad to think his new friends would be gone. I saw you have a lot of spirit and I couldn't think that a Pokémon like you could have that much. And given how well you got along with all of my Pokémon, I would be honored if you would join my team as we strive to beat the gym leaders and become the best Pokémon battle and research team. Naruto said as he knelt down and held his hand out. Wartortle was shocked at first but soon had the biggest smile it ever had. Wartortle. Wartortle shouted in happiness as it jumped and hugged Naruto as Naruto hugged back. Welcome to the team, buddy. Naruto said as he took out his Pokédex and scanned Wartortle. Wartortle, the turtle Pokémon. The evolved form of Squirtle. A highly sought-after Pokémon because its long fur-covered tail is said to bring good luck. The Pokédex said. This Wartortle is level 23. Its special ability is Torrent. Known moves, Skull Bash, Hydro Pump, Withdraw, Iron Defense, Rapid Spin, Ice Punch, Icy Wind, Bite, Protect, Double Team, Rock Smash. The Pokédex added. Wow, you're really strong Wartortle. And I know that we'll go far and you'll become a powerful Blastoise. Naruto said with a smile. Wartortle. Wartortle nodded. And I know just the Pokeball for you. Naruto said as he took out a blue and black netball. He touched the ball to Wartortle's head and Wartortle was sucked in and after a shake, it dinged, indicating Wartortle was caught. And that's 7. Glad Professor Oak extended my carry limit. Naruto said as he and Kurama left for the Pokémon Center. Line break XXXXX. The next day, Naruto woke up nice and early, took a shower and got him and his Pokémon some breakfast in preparation for his battle with Brawly for his knuckle badge. Naruto stood outside the Dewford gym with his Pokémon all beside him, except for Deoxys, because Naruto wanted to keep Deoxys hidden to keep him safe. Alright, guys. Let's get our second gym badge. Naruto said as his Pokémon cheered. Ninetales. Shelgon. Nuzleaf. Riolu. Aaron. Wartortle. His Pokémon cheered with him as they walked into the gym. They walked in to see the large Pokémon flat battlefield with a surrounding area that held benches and chairs and even stadium seating. There were about a dozen people around the gym, some wearing official gym vests and worked for Brawly while others were just friends or trainers stopping by. Naruto saw Brawly talking to some people. Brawly! Naruto shouted as Brawly turned to see Naruto and his Pokémon. Naruto! Brawly said with a smile. You ready for your gym battle? You bet I am. Naruto said as his Pokémon agreed. Alright. Let's do it. Brawly said as he and Naruto stood at their sections while Brawly's friends sat down on some benches or in the seats. I hope you don't mind the audience. My friends and I were talking before you got here. Doesn't bother me. Naruto said as the gym official stood with his flags. The gym battle between Brawly of the Dewford Gym and Naruto of Satopolis City will now begin. Each trainer will use 2 Pokémon and only the challenger is allowed substitutions. Trainers, select your Pokémon. The official said as Naruto knelt down to Riolu. Okay, Riolu. This is going to be our first gym battle together. We trained hard and you've come along, so all I want from you is your best. You ready? Naruto asked. Riolu said, confident. Alright, Riolu, take charge of the battle. Naruto shouted as Riolu jumped forward onto the field. A Riolu, huh? Interesting. Mach-Hop, let's go. Brawly shouted as he threw his Pokeball and his Mach-Hop appeared on the field. Mach-Hop. Mach-Hop shouted. The battle between Riolu and Mach-Hop will now begin. The commenter shouted as he waved his flags. Riolu, bulk up. Naruto shouted as Riolu took a breath and a blue aura appeared around it that increased Riolu's attack and defense power. Nice move. Mach-Hop, you use bulk up too. Brawly said as Mach-Hop did. Okay, now let's try one of your new moves. Go, Shadow Ball. Naruto shouted. Riolu shouted as it formed a dark and purple ball of energy between its hands and fired it at Mach-Hop. Mach-Hop, here it comes. Brawly shouted as Mach-Hop prepared itself for the attack. The shadow ball hit Mach-Hop and did some damage but not a lot. The force of the attack sent Mach-Hop skidding back a foot but Mach-Hop was fine. Nice. Now use Rock Throw. Mach-Hop dug its hands into the ground and picked up 2 rocks and chucked them at Riolu. Riolu, quick dodge. Naruto shouted as Riolu jumped out of the way of the rocks. Mach-Hop, get in close and use Karate Chop. Brawly shouted as Mach-Hop charged forward with its hand out ready to strike. Riolu charge forward and use Mimic. Naruto shouted as Riolu charged forward. Its eyes glowed and then its hands glowed, copying the move Karate Chop. Riolu shouted as the 2 Karate Chops intercepted. Riolu and Mach-Hop pushed, trying to establish dominance, but Mach-Hop was a bit stronger, so Mach-Hop pushed forward and sent Riolu skidding across the ground. Riolu, you okay? Naruto shouted as Riolu got back onto his feet. Riolu replied. Your Riolu's got spirit, just like you. Let's see if he's just as smart. Mach-Hop, use Focus Blast. Brawly shouted as Mach-Hop fired an orb from his hands and it was heading straight to Riolu. Riolu jumped to dodge and use Shadow Ball. Naruto shouted as Riolu did. Riolu jumped to avoid the Focus Blast and fired a Shadow Ball and it hit Mach-Hop. Now, use Quick Attack. Naruto shouted as Riolu shot forward in a burst of speed. Ryo! Riolu shouted as he sped forward. Mach-Hop grabbed Riolu. Brawly shouted as Mach-Hop charged forward with its hands, ready to grab Riolu. Riolu, slide underneath Mach-Hop. Naruto shouted as Riolu charged at the running Mach-Hop, and when he got close, Riolu slid down and in between Mach-Hop's legs and came out behind Mach-Hop. Whoa! Brawly said as he and Mach-Hop were shocked. Riolu, now use Force Palm. Naruto shouted as Riolu thrusts his palm forward and hit Mach-Hop. Force Palm then hit Mach-Hop and sent it hurtling away. Mach-Hop! Brawly shouted as Mach-Hop got back to its feet. Nice, now let's go with double focus punch. Mach-Hop! Mach-Hop shouted as its fists glowed and charged forward. Riolu, fight back with double poison jab. Naruto shouted as Riolu's fists glowed purple and Riolu charged at Mach-Hop, and the two fighting Pokémon had a serious fist fight. They would dodge, block and parry punches as the two Pokémon were serious. You got this, Riolu! Naruto shouted as his other Pokémon cheered Riolu on. Riolu! Riolu shouted as it blocked a focus punch and hit Mach-Hop in the gut with a poison jab and then in the arm with another. Mach-Hop, you got this! Brawly shouted as his Mach-Hop managed to uppercut Riolu in the face with a focus punch with enough force to send Riolu off his feet and into the air. Riolu managed to recover and land on his feet but was breathing heavy, damaged from that powerful attack. Nice job, Mach-Hop! Mach-Hop shouted, but then a surge of purple energy coated Mach-Hop as Mach-Hop fell to its knees. What happened? Brawly asked. Poison's jab has the chance of poisoning the target when it hits. Nice job, Riolu! Naruto said. Ryo! Riolu said, as it was panting, and so was Mach-Hop. Alright, let's end this. Mach-Hop use focus punch. Brawly shouted as Mach-Hop charged forward. Riolu, use force palm. Naruto shouted as Riolu charged forward. Riolu and Mach-Hop charged at each other and both landed solid hits on each other. Mach-Hop, use cross chop, go! Brawly shouted as Mach-Hop charged forward with Riolu on his knees, panting. Mach-Hop! Mach-Hop shouted as it charged forward with its karate chop. It was getting closer and closer as Naruto got an idea. Riolu, use circle throw. Naruto shouted as Riolu jumped to its feet. Mach-Hop brought down its cross chop, but Riolu grabbed the attack, turned its body and then threw Mach-Hop over his shoulder and into a rock. Dust gathered up as everyone looked at the destroyed rock to see Mach-Hop had fainted. Nice job, Riolu! Ryo! Riolu said before it passed out. Riolu! Naruto shouted. Riolu and Mach-Hop are unable to battle. The battle is a draw. The official said as Brawly returned Mach-Hop and Naruto went up and got Riolu. Nice job, Mach-Hop. Brawly said. You did an awesome job, Riolu. Naruto said as Riolu had woken up but was very tired. Ryo! Riolu said. Now you get a nice long rest. Naruto said as he pulled out Riolu's Pokeball and retuned him. You trained your Riolu very well, Naruto. He has the same guts and determination that you do. Brawly said. Thanks, Brawly. Naruto said as he clipped Riolu's ball to his vest. But you're going to need more than that to defeat Hariyama. Brawly shouted as he summoned his Hariyama. Hariyama! Hariyama shouted as it was ready for battle. All right. Eren, take charge of the battle. Naruto shouted as Eren jumped forward. Eren! Eren shouted as it was ready. You sure about this, Naruto? Brawly asked. I am. I know Eren is ready. Naruto said as Eren stomped its feet. Both trainers have selected their Pokémon. Battle, begin. The official said as he waved his flags. Hariyama, go and use arm thrust. Brawly shouted as Hariyama charged forward. Eren, use hidden power. Naruto shouted. Eren. Eren shouted as its body glowed and formed a ball of energy and fired it at Hariyama. Hariyama, use arm thrust and go right through. Brawly shouted. Yama. Hariyama shouted as it thrusts its arm forward and hit the hidden power and knocked it away and was just about to squash Eren. Eren quick dodge. Naruto shouted as Eren zipped under Hariyama as Hariyama's arm thrust smashed the ground. That's fast. Brawly said. Yup. Eren's got great defense as a steel type but also great speed because of his size. Something we trained on. Eren, use metal sound. Naruto shouted. Eren. Eren shouted as it let loose a very loud screech as Hariyama covered its ears. Yama. Hariyama cried out. Eren, now use Stone Edge. Naruto shouted as Eren summoned a bunch of rocks around its body and fired them at Hariyama. Hariyama, dodge. Brawly shouted as Hariyama twisted its body like when it's on a surfboard and dodged the Stone Edge. Hariyama, go and use Vital Throw. Brawly shouted as it twisted its arm and lashed it out. Eren, Iron Defense. Naruto shouted as Eren glowed as its defense power increased. Hariyama's attack hit as the force sent Eren back a few feet but it was still on its feet. Nice, Eren. Now, let's use Metal Claw. Eren. Eren shouted as its front claws glowed and it charged at Hariyama. Hariyama, catch that attack. Brawly shouted as Hariyama, use its big hands to catch Eren's Metal Claw. No. Naruto shouted. Ha, just like when we battle a big wave. Finish this with Seismic Toss. Brawly shouted as Hariyama grabbed Eren and jumped in the air. As it was in the air, it spun as it was heading to the ground. Eren, use Shockwave, point blank. Naruto shouted as Eren fired a shockwave attack while it was grabbed. Hariyama cried out in pain as it threw Eren into the ground, causing a big boom. Hariyama fell to the ground, groaning from the electric attack, as static covered its body. Hariyama, you okay? Brawly asked as Hariyama managed to get back to its feet. Nice. Eren, are you okay? Naruto shouted as the dust cloud dissipated to reveal Eren was still on its feet but was hurt and tired. Eren. Eren said. You're hurt. I should have seen that Metal Claw wouldn't work. Do you think you can still go? Naruto shouted as Eren looked at him. Eren. Eren said as it nodded. That's what makes you one of the best, Eren. Never give up and never underestimate use, right? Naruto shouted. Eren. Eren shouted as its body glowed. Oh. Brawly said in shock. Hariyama was confused. I knew you were close to evolving. All we needed was the right push. Let's do this. Naruto shouted as Eren glowed and began to get bigger, with a much larger body. It had grown at least 4 times larger, with a more powerful base, and a stronger steel shell on its back. Lyron. Lyron shouted. Yeah. You became a Lyron. Naruto shouted as he took out his Pokédex. Lyron, the Iron Armor Pokémon. Lyron is the evolved form of Eren. By drinking nutrient-rich spring water, it strengthens its steel body. The Pokédex said. All right. Let's win this, Lyron. Naruto shouted as Lyron stomped its feet. Lyron. Lyron shouted as a ball of white light formed in its mouth and then fired a beam of energy towards Hariyama. Hariyama, look out. Brawly shouted as the beam hit Hariyama and sent it tumbling across the ground. Hariyama groaned in pain. That was Flash Cannon. Nice, a new move. Naruto said as Lyron nodded its head. Lyron. Lyron shouted. Hariyama, you okay? Brawly asked as Hariyama got back to its feet. Nice. Hang in there, buddy. Go and use arm thrust. Hariyama shouted as it charged. Lyron, Iron Defense. Naruto shouted as Lyron glowed and its already impressive defense power increased more. Hariyama's arm thrust hit but Lyron's defense was so strong that Lyron stayed on the ground and was okay. What? Brawly asked in shock. Lyron's defense power is 3 times that of Eren's. He's called the Iron Armor Pokémon for a reason. Lyron, knock back Hariyama with iron head. Naruto shouted as Laren's head glowed to show its steel shine and it slammed into Hariyama and knocked it away. Now use shockwave. Naruto shouted as Laren's body glowed with blue electricity and fired a bolt of it at Hariyama. Hariyama shouted in pain. It tried to move forward but it couldn't move its body as static electricity covered its body. No. Brawly said. Yes, static. Now, Lyron, end this. Use takedown. Naruto shouted as Lyron charged forward and ran to Hariyama. Ron. Lyron shouted as he tackled right into Hariyama and knocked him away and sent him tumbling to the ground. Hariyama said as it tried to get up but fell to the floor and fainted. Hariyama is unable to battle. Lyron is the winner. The winner of the battle is Naruto Namikaze. The official shouted. Yeah. Great job, Lyron. Naruto shouted. Lyron. Lyron said he went up to Naruto and Naruto pet his head. Nicely done, Naruto. You trained your Pokémon well. I'm proud to award you with this knuckle badge. Brawly said as he held out the knuckle badge. Thanks, Brawly. Naruto said as he took out his badge case and put the badge in. 2 down, 6 more to go. Alright, let's hit the waves. Brawly shouted. Line break XXXXX. After the successful gym victory, Naruto and his Pokémon rested up and got some more training while waiting for Ash, May, Max and Brock. If Ash won his battle, the Dewford Gym would be his next stop. He was at the beach, getting some training in. Other people were lounging in the sand, enjoying the nice day or the nice set of waves that had come in. Brawly was at the gym but he knew that he would be here soon to surf. Naruto was currently training Lyron, Wartortle and Nuzleaf, wanting to use them and Kurama against Watson in his next gym battle. He knew that Watson used electric types but a part of Naruto's training strategy was to get his Pokémon accustomed and resistant to their weaknesses. It worked so far with Kurama, water attacks had no effect on him but that took a lot of hard training. Alright, Wartortle Rapid Spin Hydro Pump Combination. Naruto shouted as Wartortle folded into his shell and spun rapidly while also shooting out water from all the holes in the shell as it zoomed across the sand like a hockey puck. Nuzleaf, here it comes. Block it. Naruto shouted as Nuzleaf stood his ground as Wartortle shot right at him. Nuzleaf then crossed his arms and blocked the rapid spin as the force pushed Nuzleaf back across the sand but Nuzleaf stayed strong. Now, push back. Nuz. Nuzleaf pushed back as Wartortle was pushed back and flipped to his feet. Nuzleaf, use Energy Orb. Naruto shouted as Nuzleaf fired an energy orb at Wartortle. Here it comes, Wartortle. Wartortle stood his ground as the energy orb smashed into him and pushed him back a few feet but he stood his ground. It hurt a bit but not as much as it usually would. Wartortle. Wartortle said, ready to keep fighting. Nicely done, Wartortle. You're getting stronger, and if we keep working your weaknesses won't have any effect on you. Naruto said. Wartortle. Wartortle said with a nod. That goes for all of you. Naruto said. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf said as he nodded. Shelgon. Shelgon said. It'll be tough, but Kurama isn't affected by water attacks. It'll work. Naruto said as his Pokémon nodded. Okay, guys. It's time for more offensive combinations. Naruto said. Oh wow. Look at all those girls hang 10 and ride those waves. Maybe when you're done surfing you can come ride the waves of love with me. Naruto and his Pokémon heard as he turned to see Brock shouting to the girls surfing. Standing next to him was Ash, Max and May in her swimsuit. Hey, guys. Naruto shouted as Ash and the others turned to see Naruto on the beach with his Pokémon. Naruto. Ash shouted as he and the others ran over. Hey, good to see you. You too. I was waiting for you guys. How was the trip? Naruto asked. It was eventful. Mei said as she remembered the adventures they had after Ash won his badge. But worth it. I beat Roxanne and got my badge. Ash said as he pulled out his badge case and showed it to Naruto, showing that he did get the stone badge. Nice. Did Pikachu's iron tail come in handy? Naruto asked. It did. Thanks again. Ash replied. Pikachu. Pikachu said happily as Naruto smiled. Glad I could help. And you're going to need it if you're going to face Brawly and get the knuckle badge. Naruto said as he showed Ash the knuckle badge he got. Sweet. Man, now I need to catch up. Ash said as Max looked down and saw the Wartortle. Cool. A Wartortle. Is it yours, Naruto? Max asked as he knelt down to pet Wartortle. Yup. I met Wartortle at the Dewford Square and I asked if he wanted to come and he said yes. He's really strong. Naruto said. Wartortle. Wartortle said, agreeing with Naruto. Amazing, a Wartortle. Max said as he took Mei's Pokédex and used it. Wartortle, the turtle Pokémon. The evolved form of Squirtle. A highly sought-after Pokémon because its long fur-covered tail is said to bring good luck. The Pokédex said. Man, it's been a while since I saw a Wartortle. Ash said. And he's not the only new Pokémon I have. Lyron, come on out. Naruto shouted as he released Lyron. Lyron. Lyron shouted as he stomped his feet. Whoa, a Lyron. This is so cool. Max said as he pet Lyron on the head and Lyron liked the attention. He seems really strong. Mei said. He should be. Lyron are really strong steel Pokémon. Where'd you catch him? Brock asked. When I came here to investigate the meteor strike, I ran into him when he was an errand. He led me through the tunnels and helped me fight. I asked if he wanted to stay and he did. He battled against Brawly's Pokémon and evolved, winning us the battle. Naruto said. Cool. Ash said as he used his Pokédex. Lyron, the iron armor Pokémon. Lyron is the evolved form of Aaron. By drinking nutrient-rich spring water, it strengthens its steel body. The Pokédex said. So what was the meteor strike about? Was there some important research? Mei asked. Oh yeah. You wouldn't believe it. When I got there, Team Magma was there trying to take the meteor. Luckily, Brawly, Officer Jenny and I stopped them from getting it. Naruto said. Team Magma? Brock and Max asked. They're this region's Team Rocket. They're up to something, but I don't know what. Naruto said. Anyway, inside the meteor was a Pokémon. Really? Max asked. Yeah, a Pokémon from outer space. Here, check it out. Naruto said as he pulled out his Pokédex and showed them the entry on Deoxys. Deoxys, the DNA Pokémon. The DNA of a space virus underwent a sudden mutation upon exposure to a laser beam and resulted in Deoxys. The crystalline organ on this Pokémon's chest appears to be its brain and possesses incredible power that allows Deoxys to morph into 3 other forms. The Pokédex said as it showed some images of Deoxys. Cool. A Pokémon from outer space. Max said. So it's also like Clefairy. A Pokémon that can come from outer space. Brock said. Yup. I saved Deoxys and told him he could leave but he decided to stay. Naruto said as he put his Pokédex away. Man, you had all the fun. Next time we split up, I'm going with you. Max said as Naruto chuckled. Sure thing, Max. Naruto said as Mei saw something. Hey, there's the gym leader. Mei said as she pointed to the water. The others looked to see Brawly and his Hariyama surfing the waves on surfboards. Check them out. Ash said. Yup, that's Brawly. His only other passion besides battling is surfing. Naruto said. What kind of Pokémon is that? Brock asked. That's a Hariyama. Naruto said. A Hariyama. Let's look it up. Ash said as he used his Pokédex. Hariyama, the arm thrust Pokémon. Hariyama is the evolved form of Makuhita. When tensing its body, its muscles become hard as stone. The Pokédex said. Whoa, Hariyama must be really strong. Ash said. It is. It's one of Brawly's best Pokémon. Naruto said. Hold it. He denied me my battle just so he could go surfing. Well, his surfing trip stops right now. Ash said as he ran to the water. Ash, wait. Naruto shouted. Hey, if you have time to surf, then don't you have time to battle me? Ash shouted. I told you, little man. I'm not doing any battling today. Brawly shouted as he and Hariyama kept steady on their boards. Come on, please. Ash said as he swam out to Brawly. Man, he's stubborn. Naruto said. Tell me about it. Brock said. They'll be fine. Come on, let's get some soda. Naruto said as they walked to a nearby snack shop and Naruto bought everyone a soda. They all sat down and drank some soda and relaxed. They saw that Ash and Brawly were about to wipe out, but Hariyama grabbed Ash and Brawly and jumped to shore. Nice save, Hariyama. Brawly said. Hariyama replied. Come on, let's head back out there and catch the next one. Brawly said. Please. Ash shouted as he begged Brawly as Naruto and the others walked up with extra sodas. Please battle me. Later, dude. Brawly said as all of a sudden a large net grabbed Pikachu and dragged it back to large metal Krabby Robot. Pikachu. Ash shouted as everyone saw Pikachu get taken. Evil laughter, a piece of cake. But a non-fat low-carb version. Team Rocket said as Pikachu let loose a thunderbolt, but it didn't affect the Krabby Robot. The boss is going to love us. The head of the Hoenn Team Rock Pokemon Nappers. Hey, who are you guys? Brawly shouted as Team Rocket did their intro. Bye-bye, twerps. Team Rocket said as the Krabby Robot began swimming away. Not so fast, Team Rocket. Ash shouted. Hey, you can't steal Pokemon like that. Hariyama, help Pikachu out. Brawly shouted. Wartortle, you too. Naruto shouted as Hariyama got on top of a surfboard and Wartortle got behind it and pushed Hariyama through the water, towards the Krabby Robot. Go, Hariyama. Use Focus Blast. Brawly shouted as Hariyama fired a Focus Blast and hit the Krabby Robot arm that was holding Pikachu. Pikachu fell, but Hariyama caught him. Alright, twerps, try this. Team Rocket shouted as the Krabby Robot fired another net at Hariyama and Pikachu. Wartortle, use Blizzard. Naruto shouted. Wartortle. Wartortle let loose a blizzard that froze the net and the Krabby Robot. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash shouted as Pikachu fired a thunderbolt that hit the robot, creating an explosion and sending Team Rocket flying away. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Team Rocket shouted. Wartortle pushed Hariyama and Pikachu back to shore. Pikachu, you're okay. Ash said as Pikachu jumped into Ash's arms. Nicely done, Wartortle. Naruto said as Wartortle smiled. Wartortle replied. That Pikachu of yours is really special, little dude. I've never seen a Pikachu with that much power. Brawly said. I guess Pikachu is my #1 dude. So Brawly, will you please face against me in a Pokemon battle? Ash asked. I guess there are some things you can't fight. Alright, Ash. I'll battle you. Brawly said as Ash was pumped. Alright, thanks. Ash said. Pika Pi. Pikachu said. Line break XXXXX, Ash's gym battle goes just like in the anime. Ash and the group went to the Dewford gym for his battle against Brawly, but it ended with Ash losing. He managed to beat Brawly's Machop, but Brawly's Hariyama made quick work of Trico and Ash lost. Ash was bummed out that he lost so quickly, and after the battle, the group was hanging out in the Pokemon Center, waiting to hear back from Nurse Joy about how Ash's Pokemon were doing. Ash was sitting in a chair, bummed out about what happened. Here. Ash heard as he turned to see Naruto holding out a can of soda. Thanks, Naruto. Ash said as he took the can and opened it. Naruto took the extra he had and opened it for Pikachu. No problem. I know how you feel. I've lost battles before too. But Brawly is really tough. He's not your average fighting Pokémon trainer. His training style makes it so that his Pokémon are not just strong but agile as well. Naruto said as everyone nodded. Yeah. Seeing how that Hariyama was able to move and dodge despite its size is something. Brock said. Yeah, and how his Machop was able to absorb all those blows from Tailo even though it's weak against it is kind of scary. May said. I guess type advantage won't matter in the gym battle. Max said. Well, Max. A trainer learns eventually that battles can't be won just by type advantage. There are trainers out there who train their Pokémon to combat their Pokémon's weaknesses. Take Kurama, for instance. Naruto said as he looked down at Kurama who was napping on the floor. What about him? Max asked. Well, he may not look it, but Kurama is the strongest Pokémon I have and we've trained her so hard that water-type attacks don't affect him. Naruto said. Really? How'd you manage that? May asked. Through lots of tough and rigorous training. But it worked out and Kurama doesn't feel anything against water attacks. Naruto said as he pet Kurama on the head, causing Kurama to lean into Naruto's hand. Wow. Ash said. I plan to do it with all my Pokémon. It'll help them get stronger and I won't need to worry too much. Naruto said. Man, you must have went through some serious training. Well, I guess I have to do the same thing if I want to catch up and beat Brawly. Ash said as Nurse Joy walked up to the group. Excuse me, Ash. Your Tailo and Trico are all better now. Nurse Joy said as she held out the tray with their Pokeballs. Thanks, Nurse Joy. Ash said. My pleasure. Nurse Joy said as she got back to work. Well, I need to get some serious training in to beat Brawly. Ash said. And we can do that on Dewford Island. This island has a lot of good training spots we can use to get you ready for your battle. Maybe even find you a new Pokémon to add to your team. Naruto said as Ash nodded. It won't take too long, will it? Because I do have a Pokémon contest at Slateport City. May said. Oh, you're doing contest, May? Naruto asked. I am. I decided on contests. After watching Annette, I now know that Pokémon contests are what I want to do. May said. Good. And don't worry, the Slateport City contest shouldn't be for a while. We'll have time. Naruto said as May nodded. Alright, let's get going. Ash said as the group got their things and left for their training trip. Line break XXXXX. The group left for a week-long training trip where Ash trained his Pokémon to be ready for their next battle against Brawly. Ash even caught a new Pokémon, Corphish. They spent a lot of time training and Ash had come a long way and felt confident in his battling skills for his rematch with Brawly and it paid off. Ash beat Brawly and got the Knuckle Badge. After that, they rested and trained some more as they waited for the boat that would take them to Slateport City for May's contest. They got on the boat and arrived in Slateport City for May's contest. The city was busy with movement as other coordinators were in the city for the Slateport City contest. The group's first stop was the Pokémon Center, even though the entire city was busy with movement and a lot of things to do. The group walked into the Pokémon Center to see a lot of coordinators with their Pokémon out, checking their looks and making sure they were healthy. Wow, everyone around here is really excited for the contest even though it's not for a few days. Naruto said. One of those people is me. I can't wait. May said. I guess a lot of people are getting in some extra practice. Brock said. That sounds like a good idea for us, too. The Mauville gym is next and Watson is no pushover. Naruto said. Then I guess we got to get to training. Ash said. But I think before we head to Mauville City, we take a detour. Naruto said as everyone looked at him. Naruto walked over to the bulletin board in the Pokémon Center and took a flyer. Here, we should take a detour to go see this. The Millennium Comet Festival? Brock asked as everyone looked at the flyer. Yup. It's a special event where the comet appears in the night sky for only 7 days. It's an event that happens only for 7 days every 1,000 years. There's going to be a big celebration and festival. We've got to go. Naruto said as everyone seemed excited. Look, carnival rides, magicians, shows and food. It looks like a lot of fun. Ash said. Come on, we've got to go. Max said. I'm in for it. May said. Alright, sounds like we've got a plan. After May's contest we're going to the festival. Brock said as everyone nodded. After that decision, the group split up a bit. May wanted to practice for her contest and Ash offered to help her. While they were doing that, Naruto, Max and Brock decided to check out the beach in the Slateport Market. Wow, look at this place. Max said. Yeah, Slateport Market is famous for having a lot of great items that are hard to find elsewhere. Naruto said. Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to do some shopping here. Brock said. Yeah. Naruto said as he saw Max looking at the Pokeball stand. A merchant was selling new Pokeballs to trainers and coordinators. Guys, look at this. Look at all the different Pokeballs. There are some I've never seen before. Max said he looked at them all. Wow. Imagine how many apricorns he must have had to use to make all of these Pokeballs. Naruto said. Yeah. Brock said. Apricorns? Max asked. Apricorns are a special fruit that can be used to make Pokeballs. The 7 different types of apricorns can be used by Pokeball makers to make 7 different kinds of new Pokeballs. For example, a white apricorn can be used to make a fast ball, which are useful for catching a Pokémon that's really fast. Brock said. Wow. So all those different apricorns are different Pokeballs? Max asked. Yup. Some Pokeballs are made from apricorns while others aren't, but they all do the same thing. Naruto said as he saw that Max was eyeing the black, gold and red one. Excuse me, I'll take the luxury ball. Sure thing. The merchant said as he handed the ball to Naruto and Naruto paid the man. Thanks. Here Max. Naruto said as he handed Max the luxury ball. You mean it? Max asked, excited. Yeah, I saw how you were eyeing the luxury ball and how you don't have a Pokemon yet. So, why don't we get you one? Naruto said. Yeah. I'm getting a Pokemon. Max shouted as he jumped around and hugged Naruto. Alright, let's go find one. Brock said as they were heading to Route 110 to help Max catch a wild Pokemon. They walked through the surrounding forest and green area to try and find Max and wild Pokemon for him to catch as his first, but they couldn't really find any. I wonder where everyone is. Brock asked. Yeah, there aren't any Pokemon around here. I wonder why. Naruto asked. Yeah, shouldn't there be Pokemon around here? Max said. Maybe your approach is all wrong. They heard as they turned to see a tall man with spiky gray hair. He had a headband over his right eye, a face mask over his face from his nose down. He wore a black shirt with the Pokeball symbol on his shirt and a vest over with 6 Pokeballs hooked onto his vest. He wore black jeans with combat boots. The trick to finding some wild Pokemon aren't searching for them but to let them come to you. Thanks, but who are you? Max asked. It's good to see you again, Naruto. Kakashi said as Naruto raised an eyebrow but then recognized the man. Oh my god. Kakashi? Naruto asked. The one and only. Kakashi said. Wow, I haven't seen you in years. You look good. Naruto shouted as he ran up and hugged Kakashi as Kakashi hugged back. Yeah, not since you were a little kid. I still remember when you wore that orange jumpsuit and ran around with your Vulpix and battled wild Pokemon. Kakashi said as Naruto chuckled. That's before you left, but I've grown since then and so has Kurama. Naruto said as he released Kurama as he stretched his legs. Ninetales. Kurama said as he stretched his legs and Kakashi pet his head. Good to see you again, buddy. Kakashi said as Kurama enjoyed seeing an old friend. 9. Kurama said. So how has your journey been going? Kakashi asked. Great. I'm actually traveling with some friends. These are some of them. Here, this is Max and Brock. Max, Brock, this is Kakashi Hatake, a really good friend. Naruto said. Nice to meet you, Brock and Max. Kakashi said. Likewise. Brock said as he shook Kakashi's hand. So are you a Pokemon trainer too, like Naruto? Max asked. I am, but I'm not from the Hoenn region. Kakashi said. You see guys, Kakashi here is one of the Elite Four members from the Kalos region. Naruto said. Whoa, you're part of the Elite Four? Brock asked. I am. Kakashi said with a smile. Elite Four of the Kalos region? Max asked confused. You see Max, the Elite Four are a special group of 4 trainers who are some of the best of the best. On a level that's a step above the 8 gym leaders of each region. Each of the Elite Four members earn their title because they are some of the strongest trainers out there, except for the champion of the region. Kakashi is the dragon trainer of the Kalos Elite Four. Along with Itachi Uchiha, the fire trainer, Mei Terumi, the water trainer, and Asuma Sarutobi, the steel trainer. And the champion of the Kalos region is Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto explained. 1. Wow, you must be really strong, Kakashi. Max said, excited. Thanks, Max, I like to think I am, but I've still got some ways to go before I challenge Hiruzen for the title of champion. So, you guys are looking for wild Pokemon? Kakashi asked. Yeah, for Max's first Pokemon. Naruto said. Well, it's been relatively quiet around here, but I'll show you guys where I saw some Pokemon earlier. Kakashi said. Thanks. Max said as Kakashi led them. As they were walking, he pulled out a small orange book and would read while he walked. Hey, Kakashi, what is that? Max asked as Naruto saw what it was. Forget it, Max. It's something not appropriate for your age. Naruto said as Brock glanced over and was enamored as he and Kakashi began talking about it. What's with them? Max asked. Oh, forget it, Max, perverts will be perverts. Bad enough he reads that, but now he's got Brock sucked into it. Naruto said. Relax, Naruto. It's good, wholesome reading. Kakashi said. Perverted reading. Come on. Naruto said as they kept walking. So, Naruto, how do you know Kakashi? Brock asked. He and my dad know each other. Naruto said. I was Naruto's dad's student. He taught me a lot of battling and Pokemon, and I looked over Naruto until I went to the Kalos region where I joined the Elite Four. Kakashi said. Cool. So what brings you to the Hoenn region? Brock asked. I just needed some time off. You know, just a break. Kakashi said with a nervous chuckle. Kakashi, what's going on? Are you avoiding Viola again? Naruto asked as Kakashi seemed kind of nervous. What? No. It's nothing, chuckles, dot. Kakashi said as he rubbed his head, and Naruto noticed some weird stone on his headband. Kakashi, what's that? Naruto asked. Oh, this. This is a keystone. You see, in the Kalos region, we have an abundance of special meteorites that are used by trainers who manage to acquire one. Kakashi said as he showed Naruto, Max, and Brock the keystone on his headband, and they saw the weird symbol inside. Oh, that's actually the reason for part of my visit. I went to see your dad and show him one of the keystones because Professor Sycamore needed some help. Your dad said I should give it to you. He said that you'd find more data on this in the field than he could in the lab. Kakashi said as he held out a keystone bracelet. Thanks. Naruto said as he took it and put it on his wrist. It goes well with your aura necklace. Professor Sycamore is the only professor on Mega Evolution, but he's been trying to get the idea spread throughout the world. He's tasked each member of the Elite Four to head out of the other regions to get help from the other professors and to help pass our keystones and find other mega stones scattered throughout the world. Kakashi said. But what do the keystones do? Brock asked. Well, in the Kalos region, Professor Sycamore has been investigating a new type of evolution. One that occurs only during battle. Kakashi said. Really, that's so cool. Pokémon are able to evolve during battle? Max asked, excited. Yes, but the evolution only happens during special circumstances. Professor Sycamore calls it Mega Evolution. Kakashi said. Mega Evolution? Brock asked. It's something we're still not completely sure about, but it's a special type of evolution that occurs during times of great hardship and trial, like a battle. And even then it only happens with a keystone and a special meteorite known as a Mega Stone. Kakashi said as Naruto, Max and Brock were paying attention. The keystone is a medium between the Mega Stone the Pokémon wears, and when the trainer and Pokémon share a strong enough bond, they're able to Mega Evolve. Cool. Max said as he then heard a noise from the bushes. Then a small Pokémon walked out of the bushes. It was a small dog-like Pokémon. It was green with a yellow stripe that ran around its body and its fur seemed to stick up like it was exposed to electricity. Hey, a Pokémon. It's an Electrike. Naruto said as he pulled out his Pokédex. Electrike, the lightning Pokémon. Using the electric charge stored in its fur, it can run faster than the eye can follow. The Pokédex said. Cool. Max said as the Electrike looked at them. It looks kind of young. Brock said as Naruto nodded, seeing that it was a level 3 Pokémon. It looks like a youngling. Hey, it looks like it's attracted to Max. Kakashi said as the Electrike seemed to move forward to Max. Okay, Max. Be careful and talk to Electrike. Naruto said as Max nodded. Max slowly walked forward and knelt down and looked at the Electrike. Hey, there. My name is Max. How are you, Electrike? Max asked as he held out his hand and the Electrike cautiously sniffed his hand. After a few seconds, it walked forward as Max pet it and Electrike seemed to like it. Where are you friends? Electrike. Electrike said. It's saying that it's been on its own for a long time. He's a spunky little guy. Naruto said. So, Electrike, do you think you'd want to come with me? We'll have a whole lot of fun, I promise. And I'll take good care of you. Max said as Electrike liked Max. Electrike. Electrike said as it nodded. Thanks. Max said as he took out the luxury ball and tapped it on Electrike's head as it was sucked in. The ball shook for a bit before it dinged and Electrike was caught. Yes. I've got my first Pokémon. Max shouted as he jumped around happy. Man, I remember when I first caught Kurama. I was so happy too. Naruto said as he pet Kurama on the head. 9. Kurama said. Same here. Your first Pokémon is a big moment for trainers. Brock said. Yup. So Max, why don't we get your Electrike checked out at the Pokémon Center? Kakashi asked. Right. Max said as they walked back to the Slateport Pokémon Center. Line break XXXXX. Naruto and the group returned to the Pokémon Center and saw Mei and Ash talking to Nurse Joy. Mei turned to see her brother with Naruto and Brock. Max, there you are. Where were you guys? Mei asked. We went out to check the Slateport market and Naruto got me a Pokeball and I caught a Pokémon. Max said, excited. He did? Mei asked. Yeah, I figured that Max may have felt a bit left out not having a Pokémon, so why not get him started? We managed to catch him an Electrike. Naruto said. Wow, that must have been fun. Ash said. Are you sure about this, Max? Mei asked. I am Mei. Max said. Okay, but it's going to be a big responsibility. Mei said. I know and I'm ready. Max said as Mei nodded. Okay. Well, let's get him checked out. May said as Max nodded and Ash noticed the other man with Naruto and Brock. Guys, who's that? Ash asked. Oh, this is Kakashi Hatake. He's a friend of my dad's and a member of the Kalos region's Elite Four. Naruto said. Wow, nice to meet you. Ash said as Kakashi nodded. Likewise. So what brought you kids to Slateport City? Kakashi asked. We're here for my Pokémon contest in a few days. May said. Nice, I wish you the best of luck. I've got to head to Mauville City, tomorrow. I need to talk to Watson about something. Kakashi said. If you're heading to Mauville City tomorrow, can we have a battle before you go? Ash asked as Kakashi raised an eyebrow. That's brave of you, Ash, but I actually had another trainer in mind. Naruto, tomorrow at 9 a.m., I would like to battle you in the Slateport Square. Kakashi said as everyone looked at Naruto. Me? Naruto asked. Yeah, I want to see how far you've come since you were a kid. A good battle will help show me. Kakashi said. All right, a battle tomorrow. Naruto said as he was ready. Good. Get some sleep, you'll need it. Kakashi said as he left and the group decided to get some sleep. The group slept at the Pokémon Center and they got up early around 8 a.m. to get ready and eat breakfast. At 8:45 a.m. they arrived at the Slateport Square where things were just about to get busy. Shop owners and cafes had just started to open up and get busy. People were off to work, kids were off to school or busy playing, and surfers and swimmers were going to the beach to enjoy a day in the sun. The group arrived and couldn't see Kakashi anywhere. I guess he's not here yet. Ash said. Well, we can just wait. Brock said. If I remember Kakashi like I do, we could have slept in. Naruto said. 3 hours later. The entire gang were sitting around and were really annoyed that Kakashi hadn't arrived yet. Geez, where is this guy? Ash shouted. Yeah, you'd think that an Elite Four member could at least be on time for his battles. Max said. Yeah, it's not very professional. May said. Well, he may not be on time, but he must be good if he's an Elite Four member. Brock said. Get used to it, guys. Kakashi is known to always be 3 hours late unless it's something extremely important. Naruto said as he pet Kurama, who had taken a nap. Hey there, kids. They heard as they turned to see Kakashi holding his book, having just arrived. You're late. They all shouted. Sorry, but an old lady got attacked by a houndoom and needed my help to get home safely. Kakashi said with a smile. Liar. Naruto shouted. Well. Kakashi said as he closed his book. Naruto, are you ready? I've been ready for 3 hours. Now I'm just hungry. Naruto said as Kakashi chuckled. How about this, after the battle I'll buy you guys lunch. Kakashi said. Yeah. Everyone shouted. All right, let's get ready. Naruto said as he and Kakashi stood apart from each other and got ready to battle. I'll officiate the battle. Brock said as he stood to the side. Thanks, Brock. Max, keep the camera rolling. Naruto said as Max held the camera with his new Electrike right next to him. You got it. Now, Electrike, I want you to watch the battle. If this guy really is an Elite Four member, then it's going to be a good battle. Max said. Trike. Electrike said. Okay, so what kind of battle should we have? Naruto asked. A 3-on-3 Pokémon battle. After each battle, we each change up our Pokémon. So 3 Pokémon for 3 battles. Kakashi said. Sounds good to me. After you, age before beauty. Naruto joked as Kakashi eye quirked. Still gutsy as ever. Alright, let's go Druddigan. Kakashi shouted as he threw an Ultra Ball and released a powerful Dragon-type Pokémon. The dragon stood on its 2 hind legs like a Dragonite and had red spikes on its body, tail and arms. Its body was blue except for its red-colored face. It had sharp claws and 2 large blue wings on its back. Druddigan. Druddigan shouted. A Druddigan, huh? Naruto asked. What's a Druddigan? Ash asked. I've never heard of it. Brock said as May tried to use her Pokédex but it had no data. I'm not getting anything. May said. Brock, here try this. Naruto said as he tossed his research Pokédex to Brock to get some data on the Pokémon. Brock used it and managed to get an entry. Druddigon, the cave Pokémon. With the skin on its face harder than rock, Druddigon warms its body by exposing its wings to the sun. This Druddigon is level 85. The Pokédex said. Alright, if you're going to use a Druddigon then. Naruto said as he unclipped his fastball. Nuzleaf, take charge of the battle. Naruto shouted as he released Nuzleaf. Nuz. Nuzleaf shouted as it was ready to fight. Wait, Nuzleaf. Here. Naruto said as he took out the leaf stone from his bag and threw it in the air as Nuzleaf jumped high and grabbed it. As soon as Nuzleaf touched it, he began to glow and get larger. His hands turned into large leaves, its ears pointed out and its feet looked like wooden sandals. When the light vanished, it was a Shiftry. Shiftry. Shiftry shouted as it stood ready to fight. Smart, evolving your Nuzleaf for battle. Let's see if it did you any good. Kakashi said. Drud. Druddigon shouted. A Shiftry. Ash said as he used his Pokédex. Shiftry, the wicked Pokémon. Shiftry is the evolved form of Nuzleaf. Shiftry is a mysterious creature that lives deep within the forest. Its large fan can cause winds in excess of 100 feet per second and can blow anything away. The Pokédex said. Okay, let the battle begin. Brock shouted. Insert Pokémon battle theme / burning battlefield. Shiftry, use growth. Naruto shouted. Shift. Shiftry shouted as it glowed green and its attack stat increased. Druddigon, use slash. Kakashi shouted as Druddigon's claws glowed and it charged forward fast. Wow, that's fast. Ash said. Shiftry, counter with leaf blade. Naruto shouted as Shiftry's leaves turned green and it swung its leaves down just in time to block the slash. Shift. Shiftry groaned as it held Druddigon back. Impressive, your Shiftry is fast. Kakashi said. Thanks, we've always trained hard. Let me show you, Shiftry go, leaf charge. Naruto shouted as Shiftry glowed green and tackled right into Druddigon, causing a small explosion of smoke. Shiftry then flipped backward and stood ready. When the smoke cleared, Druddigon was fine. Not even a scratch. Brock said. Wow, that Druddigon is really strong. May said. You'll need to do more than that, Naruto. Kakashi said. I know. Shiftry, use Sunny Day. Naruto shouted. Shiftry. Shifty shouted as it glowed yellow then shot a ball into the sky as the sunlight intensified. Now, use extreme speed. Naruto shouted. Shift. Shiftry shouted as it disappeared in a blur. Whoa, that's fast. Brock said. Shiftry then reappeared in front of Druddigon and kicked it in the face. Then it slashed it across the chest and back flipped away and jumped back to Naruto's side. Impressive, using Sunny Day to increase your Shiftry's speed. Kakashi said. Yup, Shiftry was fast when it was a Nuzleaf but as a Shiftry, it's the fastest Pokemon I got. Now, Shiftry use Leaf Storm. Naruto shouted. Shiftry glowed green as it summoned a column of green leaves. Shiftry. Shiftry shouted as a tornado of leaves hurled towards Druddigon. Druddigon, block it. Kakashi said as Druddigon raised its tail up. It turned around and smacked it down on the leaf storm, causing a big explosion but it cancelled it out. Druddigon said as Shiftry glared. Easy, Shiftry. Kakashi is just trying to get us angry. Stay focused. Naruto said. Shift. Shiftry replied, listening to his trainer. No way. That Druddigon just knocked away that leaf storm. Ash said. Man, no wonder he's an Elite Four member. Max said. Come on, Naruto. Show me more. Druddigon, use flamethrower. Kakashi shouted. Drud. Druddigan shouted as it let loose a powerful stream of fire towards Shiftry. Shiftry, counter it with energy orb. Naruto shouted as Shiftry fired an energy orb at it hit the flamethrower. The two moves battled for dominance, but the flamethrower had more power and bashed right into the energy orb and hurtled straight towards Shiftry. Shiftry, dodge. Shiftry managed to move to the side to avoid the larger blast but got hit in the side. Shift. Shiftry groaned as it got burned. No. Shiftry used nature power. Naruto shouted as Shiftry glowed. Shift, try. Shiftry shouted as it glowed. It raised its leaf into the air and then smashed it onto the ground as it let loose an earthquake, causing Druddigan to stagger a bit and get hit with some damage. Now, quickly synthesis. Shift. Shiftry glowed as it used the sun to regain some health. Druddigan, use Dragon Claw. Kakashi shouted. Drud. Druddigan raced forward as its claws glowed blue. Shiftry counter with Leaf Blade. Naruto shouted as Shiftry countered and the two were engaged in a heated close-quarters combat. Not bad. You trained your Pokémon well. But you've still got a long way to go. Druddigan, Dragon Tail. Kakashi shouted as Druddigan's tail glowed green and it turned its body and smacked hard into Shiftry and sent it into the air. Now, use Dragon Rush. Kakashi shouted as Druddigan's head glowed blue as its entire body was soon covered in a blue aura. It then flew up and charged at Shiftry. No. Naruto said as he saw Shiftry was vulnerable. Then he got an idea. Shiftry, use Leaf Storm to push yourself into the air even higher. Shiftry. Shiftry shouted as it fired a Leaf Storm to go even higher, causing Druddigan to move even higher and giving Shiftry a bit more time. Now, Nose Dive Leaf Charge. Naruto shouted. Shiftry. Shiftry shouted as it dove down to the ground and glowed green as the Leaf Charge met the Dragon Rush in a huge explosion that kicked up a lot of wind and dirt. May, Max, Brock, Ash and Pikachu covered their eyes as Kakashi and Naruto watched intently to see what happened. Then Druddigan flew out of the smoke as it groaned in pain. Drud. Druddigan said as it flew around but got hit with some damage. Shiftry. Naruto shouted as Shiftry fell to the ground and landed with a crouch but groaned in pain as it suffered a lot of damage. Impressive, Naruto. Using that Leaf Storm to gain altitude in order to use Leaf Charge. And you managed to hurt Druddigan, too. Not an easy feat. Kakashi said. Thanks. Shiftry's as determined to win as I am. Naruto said. Shift. Shiftry shouted, mimicking his trainer's determination. Let's test that, Druddigan Focus Blast. Kakashi shouted. Druddigan held its claws in front of its body as a ball of blue energy formed. Druddigan. Druddigan shouted as the Focus Blast was sent hurtling towards Shiftry. Shiftry, double team. Naruto shouted as he made dozens of clones and the Focus Blast hit some clones, causing them to disappear. Now, use Energy Orb. Shiftry. Shiftry shouted as it released an energy orb and it was heading straight at Druddigan. Destroy it with Hone Claws. Kakashi said as Druddigan's claws glowed white and elongated as it smashed it to pieces like it was nothing. Extreme Speed. Naruto shouted as Shiftry zoomed right up to Druddigan as it smashed the energy orb. Shiftry kicked and slashed at Druddigan. Now, Double Brick Break. Naruto shouted as Shiftry's leaves glowed as it then smashed one in the gut of Druddigan and then smashed it across the face, sending Druddigan skidding back across the ground. Drud. Druddigan said as it uses its claws to wipe some blood off its face. It then made the come on motion with its claws. Druddigan, let's wrap this up, use Hyper Beam. Kakashi shouted. Drud. Druddigan shouted as it charged its Hyper Beam. Quickly, Shiftry, Solar Beam. Naruto shouted. Shift. Shiftry shouted as it collected the solar energy. Druddigan. Druddigan shouted as it released a Hyper Beam. Shiftry. Shiftry shouted as it released a Solar Beam. The two attacks collided in the air and pushed to establish dominance as a huge explosion caused a whole bunch of smoke to fill the area. May, Max, Ash, Brock, Pikachu and the bystanders who were watching went into a coughing fit as Naruto was worried about Shiftry while Kakashi was calm. The smoke soon cleared to show a hurt Druddigon and a knocked-out Shiftry. Shiftry! Naruto shouted as he ran up to his Pokémon to see it was knocked out. The battle is over, the winner is Druddigon. Brock said. Shift. Shiftry said, weakly. You did amazing, buddy. I couldn't have asked for better. You deserve a nice long rest. Naruto said as he returned Shiftry to his Pokeball. Druddigon, return. Kakashi said as he returned Druddigon. Nicely done, Naruto. You are an amazing trainer. I've seen countless trainers and Pokemon struggle against my Druddigon and no one has managed to hurt him like you did today. You've come a long way. Thanks, Kakashi. That means a lot. Naruto said as he stood up and walked back to his spot. Man, even after all that Shiftry lost. Ash said. I guess when you're going up against someone who's a member of the Elite Four then there's little you can do. Brock said. But still, Naruto's Shiftry did pretty well. May said. Yeah, especially given its disadvantage against a dragon type. Max said. Trike. Electrike said, agreeing with Max. Pika, Pi. Pikachu said. I wonder what Pokemon Naruto will choose now. Ash asked. Kurama, take charge of the battle. Naruto shouted as Kurama jumped onto the battlefield. Noivern, let's go. Kakashi shouted as he summoned his second Pokemon. The Pokemon appeared to be like a large bat except it stood on its two legs. It had a mane of white fur sprouting around its neck and upper back. It had two large wings that sprouted from its body with two maroon-colored grasping claws. It had two large ears on its head that looked like circles. Noi. Noivern shouted as it sounded like a screech as it spread its wings and was ready to battle. A Noivern? Ash asked as Brock used the research Pokédex. Noivern, the sound wave Pokémon. Noivern is the evolved form of Noibat. The ultrasonic waves it emits from its ears can reduce a large boulder to pebbles. This Pokémon is level 89. The Pokédex said. Okay, let the battle begin. Brock said as the battle had gained the attention of a group. Noivern, use Razor Wind. Kakashi shouted as Noivern's wings glowed as it flapped them and released two scythes of air. Kurama, counter that with Flamethrower. Naruto shouted. Ninetales. Kurama shouted as it let loose a powerful wave of fire that managed to stop the Razor Wind. Now, use Shockwave. Naruto shouted as Kurama glowed with electricity as it let loose a surge of electricity towards Noivern. Noivern, deflect it. Kakashi said as Noivern raised its wing to block the shockwave. Now, use Get In Close and use Steel Wing. Kakashi said as Noivern moved so fast as it flew forward and its wings glowed. Kurama, use Iron Tail. Naruto shouted as Kurama's tails glowed and swung them down to block the steel wing but it only blocked one wing as Noivern used the other to smack Kurama away. Kurama flew through the air but then flipped back to its feet as it landed on the ground. Kurama, use Heat Wave. Naruto shouted as Kurama opened its mouth and let loose a very hot wave that hit Noivern but it didn't seem to do anything. Noivern, now fly up in the air. Kakashi shouted as Noivern quickly flew up to the sky. Now, use Hurricane. Kakashi shouted as Noivern screeched. It then flapped its wings and kicked up a powerful hurricane that caused Max, May, Brock, Ash and Pikachu to cover their eyes and keep their clothes on their bodies. Man, that's a powerful hurricane. Brock shouted. Make it stop. May shouted as she held her skirt down. Are you kidding? This is awesome. Ash shouted. The hurricane impacted Kurama who was cool and calm as Naruto got an idea. Kurama, extend out your tails like a sail and then jump. Naruto shouted as Kurama did. He extended his tails out and then kept them close together like the sail on a boat. Kurama jumped and the solid sail Kurama's tails made allowed Kurama to sort of fly up with the powerful hurricane. Impressive and unpredictable. Only Naruto could do something like that. Noivern, use Giga Impact. Kakashi shouted as Noivern glowed and was covered in a gold and purple energy as it charged straight at Kurama. Kurama, use Flamethrower at the ground to propel yourself into the sky. Naruto shouted. Nine Tails. Kurama shouted as it managed to let loose a powerful flamethrower that had enough force to send Kurama higher into the sky to avoid the Giga Impact. Now, overheat. Naruto shouted as Kurama fired a powerful heat beam from its mouth and scored a direct hit on Noivern. Noivern. Noivern screeched as it got hit and Kurama fell back to the ground on its paws. Noivern then flapped away and hovered in the sky, looking a bit hurt and angry. Nice, using that flamethrower to give Kurama a boost and hit Noivern when it was vulnerable with a powerful overheat. And since Noivern is part flying type, it's more effective than it would be against Druddigan. Kakashi said as Druddigan hovered down to the ground. Yup, Kurama and I are just unpredictable like that. Naruto said as Kurama was ready to keep fighting. Good, you're going to need it. Noivern, aerial ace. Kakashi shouted as Noivern flew forward incredibly fast. Kurama, use flame charge. Naruto shouted as Kurama ran forward as its entire body was covered in fire and clashed with Noivern as both Pokémon clashed and then bounced back. Now, Shadow Ball. Naruto shouted as Kurama fired a Shadow Ball. Noivern, Dark Pulse. Kakashi shouted as Noivern fired a Dark Pulse that slammed right through the Shadow Ball and managed to hit Kurama. 9. Kurama shouted in pain. Kurama, you okay? Naruto asked as Kurama got right back up. Nice, now use Saischok. Naruto shouted as Kurama's eyes glowed purple and it let loose a purple psychic beam of energy and it is Noivern hard. NOI. Noivern shrieked as the Saischok did some damage. Noivern fly up and use Razor Wind. Kakashi said as Noivern flew up to avoid getting hit anymore by the Saischok. It then flew around as its wings glowed and swung its wings as two razor tornadoes shot towards Kurama. Kurama, knock them away with Iron Tail. Naruto shouted. 9 Tails. Kurama shouted as he jumped and swung his tails to knock away the Razor Wind. Now, use Fire Spin. Naruto shouted as Noivern was hit with the Fire Spin and trapped in a fire vortex. Noivern, fly and then use Water Pulse. Kakashi said as Noivern flew up in the air as the rushing wind extinguished the fire vortex. Noivern then fired a water orb at Kurama. Kurama, Zap Cannon to counter. Naruto shouted as Kurama opened its mouth and fired a ball of blue electric energy that hit the water pulse in mid-air and the two cancelled each other out. Now, Fire Blast. Naruto shouted as Kurama fired a large fire blast that barreled right to Noivern. Noivern, use Boom Burst. Kakashi shouted as Noivern's large ears glowed and fired a powerful sonic boom that quickly extinguished the fire blast but then hit Kurama and knocked him away. Kurama rolled on the ground and groaned in pain as it got back up. Man, that was powerful. But keep hanging in there, Kurama. Naruto said as he saw that Noivern was panting. Boom Burst must be powerful that it requires the Pokémon unable to attack for a while. Kurama, use Zap Cannon. Naruto shouted. 9 Tails. Kurama shouted as it fired the blue electric energy ball and hit Noivern hard, causing Noivern to screech in pain. Blue electricity covered and circled around Noivern's body as it was affected by paralysis. Noi. Noivern groaned as it was affected by paralysis. Nice. When a Pokémon is hit with Zap Cannon, it always affects the Pokémon with paralysis. Brock said. Nice, now Naruto can fight back. Ash said. Kurama, use Saischok. Naruto shouted as Kurama glowed purple and fired a blast of psychic energy that seriously hurt Noivern. NOI. Noivern screeched out as it was hit with the psychic blast and the paralysis was still in effect. Alright, Noivern use Hurricane. Kakashi shouted as Noivern flapped its wings and released a huge hurricane that hit Kurama. 9. Kurama groaned as it was being hit with damage while inside the hurricane. Man. Naruto said as he looked at the hurricane but then got an idea. Let's hope this works. Kurama used overheat on the hurricane. 9 tails. Kurama shouted as it fired a powerful overheat which hit the hurricane and set it ablaze and turned the hurricane of wind into a hurricane of fire. What's Naruto doing? Mei asked. Kakashi said as he watched Naruto's moves. Noivern, use Dark Pulse. NOI. Noivern screeched as it fired a Dark Pulse but the powerful flaming hurricane blocked the Dark Pulse from hitting Kurama. Kurama, now use Flame Charge and bust through the hurricane. Naruto shouted as a large flaming Kurama bursts through the hurricane and stood on the floor. The flame around Kurama disappeared as Kurama roared. Now use Flamethrower. 9 tails. Kurama shouted as it launched a flamethrower but this time it was far more powerful than the last time and hit Noivern hard. NOI. Noivern screeched as it was hit with a powerful flamethrower. How did that flamethrower get so powerful? Wasn't that powerful before? Ash said. It was Kurama's special ability, Flash Fire. Kakashi said. What's Flash Fire? Mei asked. When a fire Pokemon is hit with a fire-type move, Flash Fire instantly increases the attack power of the Pokemon's fire-type moves. Max said. Of course. By having Kurama set that hurricane ablaze, Naruto could benefit from Kurama's special ability, and since the hurricane was so powerful, Noivern wouldn't be able to stop it. Brock said. Impressive, Naruto. You continue to surprise me. Kakashi said. You'll find that I'm full of surprises. Naruto said as he looked at Kurama who was huffing. While that idea was smart, it did hurt Kurama a lot. It looks like the next move will end it, and if it has to be that way, I'm going down fighting. Kurama, let's end this. Full power flame charge. Naruto shouted. 9 tails. Kurama shouted as it was covered with a flame but instead of a red one, it was now a powerful blue flame. Noivern, use Dragon Rush. Kakashi shouted as Noivern was covered in a purple dragon energy. It then flew forward as Kurama charged forward and both attacked collided, creating a huge explosion and kicking up a powerful wind and dust cloud. Coughing, man, that's powerful. Ash said as everyone shielded their eyes from the powerful attack and dust. What happened? Max shouted. Who won? Mei asked as the dust and wind soon died down. Everyone, including the spectators, wanted to see who won the amazing battle. After a few more seconds, the dust settled to show that both Kurama and Noivern had fainted. Kurama! Naruto shouted as he ran to Kurama to check on him. Kurama and Noivern are unable to battle. The battle ends in a draw. Brock shouted as some spectators clapped and cheered. You did amazing, buddy. I knew you had it in you. You rest up for as long as you want. Naruto said as he returned Kurama to his Pokeball. Good job, Noivern. Return. Kakashi said as he returned Noivern to his Pokeball. Now I'm very impressed. You managed to take down Noivern, but I promise that my next Pokemon will be very difficult to stop. Charizard, come forth. Kakashi shouted as he summoned his Charizard. It roared as it flapped its wings hard and the blaze on its tail was very strong. Naruto then noticed the weird necklace it was wearing around its neck and the weird stone in the middle. He then looked down at his keystone and saw the similarities. So he's planning to show us Mega Evolution. Well, Wartortle would be the logical choice, but I have no idea how Mega Evolution plays into this, so I may have to use the big gun. Naruto thought as he unclipped his Ultra Ball. Deoxys, take charge of the battle. Naruto shouted as he released Deoxys as it hovered in the air before it hovered down to the ground. It then looked at Naruto. Hey, Deoxys. I've got myself in a battle with a really strong opponent and I know that you're the strongest I've got. Do you think you can help me out? Naruto asked as Deoxys nodded. Thanks, buddy. Let's show Kakashi what you can do. Naruto said as Deoxys hovered in the air as its arms wiggled around. So that's the mysterious Pokémon your father said you captured. Interesting. Let's see how strong he is. Kakashi said as Mei used her Pokédex on Charizard. Charizard, the flame Pokémon. Charizard is the final evolved form of Charmander. When competing in intense battles, Charizard's flame becomes more intense as well. This Pokémon is level 90. The Pokédex said. Trainers, ready. Battle begin. Brock shouted. Charizard, use flamethrower. Kakashi shouted as Charizard fired an intense flamethrower. Deoxys, defense mode. Protect. Naruto shouted as Deoxys morphed its morph to its bulky defense form and created a blue shield to protect itself against the flamethrower. The flamethrower tried to penetrate the shield but the protect was too strong. Impressive. I'll need to bring it up a notch. Okay, Charizard used Dragon Claw. Kakashi shouted as Charizard's claws glowed green as it charged toward Deoxys. Deoxys, attack mode, counter with focus punch. Naruto shouted as Deoxys morphed into its attack mode and its arms formed solid hands which glowed as it charged at Charizard. The two Pokémon engaged in a heated close combat battle in the air as Charizard would swipe at Deoxys and Deoxys would swing at Charizard. It blocked a Dragon Claw and managed to uppercut Charizard in the face but Charizard slashed Deoxys in the arm, causing 3 deep gashes to appear on its left arm. The two Pokémon back away from each other after their attacks. Charizard felt some pain but Charizard and Kakashi saw that the 3 gashes on Deoxys' arm soon healed and the wounds on the arm were gone. Regeneration. Alright, that makes this interesting. Kakashi said. You have no idea. Deoxys used Water Pulse. Naruto shouted as Deoxys formed a water orb in its hands and fired it at Charizard. Charizard, counter it with Flamethrower. Kakashi said as Charizard let loose a powerful flamethrower that hit the Water Pulse and cancelled it out. Now use Steel Wing. Charizard's wings glowed as it flew forward. Deoxys used Zen Headbutt. Naruto shouted as Deoxys flew forward head first, its head glowing blue as the two Pokémon clashed in the sky. Charizard fly up. Kakashi shouted as Charizard high into the air. Deoxys speed form, extreme speed. Catch Charizard. Naruto shouted as Deoxys form shifted from its attack form to its more nimble speed form. It zoomed into the air and bashed right into Charizard, causing Charizard to fly through the air in recoil but it quickly recovered. It growled at Naruto while Deoxys kept its neutral expression on its face. Deoxys extreme speed again. Naruto shouted as Deoxys super sped through the air and bashed into Charizard again, sending it flying through the air before it regained composure. It growled at Deoxys even more as it was getting pissed. Deoxys, now use Psycho Cut. Naruto shouted as Deoxys shifted into attack form and its arms glowed purple. It then swung its arm forward and launched a scythe blade of psychic energy at Charizard. Charizard charged forward with Flamethrower. Kakashi said as Charizard flew forward and fired its Flamethrower, barreling right through the Psycho Cut. Now, Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws glowed green as it clawed Deoxys across the chest and bashed it in the face. Now, Dragon Tail. Charizard's tail then glowed green, which it used to smack Deoxys across the body and send it flying through the air. Deoxys flew through the air before it regained composure and stopped. Deoxys, use Hyper Beam. Naruto shouted. Charizard, overheat. Kakashi said as the two launched their respective attacks. The two beams clashed, causing a mini explosion. Charizard, use Flame Charge. Charizard was coated in fire and charged straight at Deoxys and bashed him hard to the ground. Deoxys got up, a bit burnt and hurt but wasn't that bad. Deoxys, double team. Naruto shouted as Deoxys made a dozen copies of itself which began to surround Charizard. Now, use Recover. Deoxys then glowed white as it began to regain health and strength. Charizard, blast burn and get rid of all those clones. Kakashi shouted as Charizard glowed red. It then roared as it released a hug wave of intense fire which exploded out from its body and engulfed the battlefield, destroying the clones. As the raging inferno was nearing Deoxys, Recover had finished its job. Deoxys, quickly in the air. Naruto shouted as Deoxys flew into the air to avoid the blast burn. Wow, did you see that? Look at that Charizard. Max said in amazement. And Deoxys is incredible. May said. Deoxys, use Psyshock. Naruto shouted as Deoxys fired a blast of psychic energy from its gem and hit Charizard dead on, damaging it. Charizard, fire back with overheat. Kakashi said as it fired a flamethrower. Deoxys, Psycho Boost. Naruto shouted as Deoxys moved its hands in front of its gem. Then a glowing purple orb of psychic energy formed. Deoxys fired it at Charizard as it barreled right through the overheat and hit Charizard hard and sent it flying through the air and knocked it against the ground. Charizard got out of the rubble and growled at Deoxys as Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Impressive. That's some powerful psychic energy. Right, Charizard? Kakashi asked as Charizard reluctantly nodded. Nice. I knew that Psycho Boost was a powerful move. But it also takes a bit to charge up. I'll need to watch that. Naruto thought as he saw Charizard get back up. Deoxys used Thunderbolt. Naruto shouted as Deoxys raised its arm and fired a Thunderbolt. Charizard fly. Kakashi said as Charizard flew up to avoid the Thunderbolt. Now, use Dragon Pulse. Charizard fired a large green orb of energy at Deoxys. Deoxys counter with Nightshade. Naruto shouted as Deoxys fired a Nightshade which battled with Dragon Pulse. The two attacks battled until it resulted into an explosion. Charizard, use Flare Blitz. Kakashi shouted as Charizard roared. It was then covered in a blue fire as it flew towards Deoxys. Deoxys, attack mode. Use Giga Impact. Naruto shouted as Deoxys glowed as a purple aura surrounded it and launched at Charizard as the two Pokémon clashed in the sky, resulting in a small explosion. Both Pokémon were launched back from the attack, suffering some damage. Deoxys suffered some damage from the Flare Blitz and using the Giga Impact, which meant it couldn't move right after, so it was floating away to get some distance to regain its strength. Charizard was hurt from the Giga Impact as well, but also from the recoil damage of the Flare Blitz. Your Deoxys is a really formidable Pokémon, Naruto. Kakashi said as his Charizard hovered down and landed on the ground. Thanks, and Charizard is really strong. Naruto said as Deoxys floated to the ground. I know, he's one of my hardest working Pokémon and a fierce fighter. Our bond is as strong as any you have with any of your Pokémon. Let me show you what our bond can achieve. Charizard, are you ready? Kakashi asked as Charizard roared in approval. Then, let's begin. Keystone, hear my call and feel the bond between me and my Pokémon. Beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. Kakashi shouted as he touched his glowing keystone on his headband, which released waves of yellow energy. The stone on Charizard's necklace glowed as it released waves of blue energy. The blue and yellow energy waves collided, combined and then moved into Charizard's stone. Charizard then exploded in a burst of purple energy as its body began to evolve. Its wings grew larger, its ears grew bigger and sprouted out and its body got larger. The energy extinguished and the Mega Stone had absorbed into Charizard to Mega Evolve it into Mega Charizard. It changed in color with its body and wings now black and its belly light blue and even its tail fire had turned blue. Its wings had a dark blue tint to them and the most interesting thing was that two large blue flames were flowing out of its mouth. Charizard roared out as the Mega symbol appeared in front of it before it disappeared. Meet, Mega Charizard. Kakashi said with a smile as Naruto was amazed at what just happened. Amazing. Naruto said as he saw Charizard had changed. That is so cool. Max said. It changed color. May said. I've never seen that kind of Charizard before. Ash said. So that's Mega Evolution. Brock said. Yes, now to show you the power. Charizard, Flame Thrower. Kakashi shouted as Charizard fired a blue flame thrower that was at least twice as powerful than the original one. It fired through the air and was heading straight towards Deoxys. Deoxys, use Water Pulse. Naruto shouted as Deoxys fired the water orb. It launched at Charizard, but the flamethrower bashed right into it and evaporated it and continued towards Deoxys and hit him hard and knocked him back a few feet. Man, that power increase. Naruto said as he saw Deoxys recover from the powerful flamethrower. We'll have to be careful. Deoxys, use Thunderbolt. Naruto shouted as Deoxys launched a Thunderbolt and it hit Charizard. After the attack stopped, Charizard just smirked at Deoxys, shocking Naruto and everyone. How? Naruto asked. Mega Evolution not only changes Pokémon but increases every aspect of their abilities, power, speed, agility and defense. You'll have to be a lot smarter about how you battle now. Charizard use Fire Blast. Kakashi shouted as Mega Charizard fired a blue fire kanji towards Deoxys. Deoxys fly to avoid it. Naruto shouted a Deoxys shot into the air to avoid the fire blast which would have really done some damage. Now, use Psychic. Deoxys' eyes glowed purple and a huge wave of psychic energy tore through the ground and hit Charizard hard, knocking him away about 10 feet and doing some damage, but Charizard was still on its feet. Charizard, use Draco Meteor. Kakashi shouted as Charizard fired a large orange orb high into the sky. It then broke up apart into dozens of falling meteors of dragon energy that hit the ground. Deoxys, quick use Protect. Naruto shouted as Deoxys formed a blue shield around it protecting it from two of the meteors, but the third one had enough power combined with the damage done by the previous two that it smashed right through it and hit Deoxys hard enough. It fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Deoxys stood out of the crater it made, suffering from some serious damage. Charizard, overheat. Kakashi shouted as Charizard fired a blue blast of fire energy. Deoxys fire an ice beam at the ground. Naruto shouted as Deoxys fired an ice beam at the ground, creating a huge wall and pillars of ice in front of it that managed to deflect the overheat but melted from the intense heat. It created steam that filled the area, but the ice did the job of protecting Deoxys. Now, use Focus Blast. Naruto shouted as Deoxys fired a blue energy orb towards Charizard. Charizard deflected with Fire Punch. Kakashi shouted as Charizard's fire-covered fist swung up and deflected the Focus Blast into the sky. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Charizard fired a powerful dark green blast of energy towards Deoxys. Deoxys, quick use Psycho Boost. Naruto said as Deoxys managed to fire a Psycho Boost attack and it battled against the Dragon Pulse and the two attacks cancelled each other out. Now, use Psycho Cut. Naruto shouted as Deoxys fired a Psychic Scythe towards Charizard. It hit Charizard, but Charizard didn't seem to be fazed by it like before. That Mega Evolution really enhanced Charizard's power. Charizard smirked as it flexed its wings. Charizard used Flare Blitz. Kakashi shouted as Charizard was covered in a powerful blue flame and zoomed straight towards Deoxys. Deoxys, quick, speed form, extreme speed and get out of there. Naruto shouted. Deoxys shifted its form and flew away into the sky to get out of the way, but as it flew up in the air, Charizard stopped and flew straight up after Deoxys with a speed that wasn't there before it Mega Evolved. It zoomed straight after Deoxys and bashed into it, knocking it out of the sky and down to the ground hard, making a large crater. Charizard flapped its wings as the recoil damage it suffered took effect but still looked ready to keep fight. Deoxys! Naruto shouted as the cloud of dust and debris from the impact dissipated. Deoxys managed to stand up in the crater, but it had suffered a lot of damage as part of its face, chest and arms were burned and destroyed, but it began to regenerate. Naruto saw Deoxys looked like it was ready to keep fighting, but it was tired and suffered a lot of damage. It crouched and shifted its form into attack mode, ready to attack when Naruto spoke. Stop! Naruto shouted as Charizard and Deoxys froze. Everyone looked at Naruto, who shouted stop, wondering what was going on. The battle's over. I surrender. Naruto said with a sad smile as he walked over to Deoxys, who looked at him. BZZT BZZ BZZT. Deoxys said. No, you were great, Deoxys. You fought just as hard, if not harder than everyone else, but you're at your limit. Sure, I want to win, but not at the cost of hurting any one of my Pokémon. Naruto said as Deoxys looked at him. He saw the care and concern in Naruto's voice and nodded. You were great, buddy, now get a nice long rest. Naruto said as he returned Deoxys to his Pokeball. Charizard, return. Kakashi said as Charizard roared as it reverted back to its normal form. Kakashi then returned Charizard back to his Pokeball. Ash and everyone ran up to Naruto as he clipped the Ultra Ball to his belt. Naruto, that was an amazing battle. Max shouted as he ran up to Naruto. The way that you fought with Shiftry, Kurama and Deoxys, it was so cool. Thanks, Max. Naruto replied with a smile as he pat Max on the head. Yeah, that was so cool. Now I got to up my training to battle you. Ash said. It was impressive how you handled the battle. Brock said. Sorry that you lost. It looked like Deoxys could have kept on battling. May said. Deoxys probably could have, but I didn't want to run the risk of Deoxys getting seriously hurt. Naruto said with a smile as Kakashi walked up to them. I'm very proud of you, Naruto. Not only for the battle but for how you acted during it and at the end. Kakashi said with a smile. What do you mean, Kakashi? Max asked. It's one of the most important lessons a true Pokémon trainer can learn. Naruto's father taught it to me and Naruto. A trainer's first responsibility is to his Pokémon. Their well-being and the bond the two share. Once the trainer and the Pokémon have a such bond and connection, there isn't anything they can't do. Kakashi said with a smile as Naruto smiled. Thanks, Kakashi. But don't get too happy. I'll train some more and challenge you to a rematch. Who knows, even take your place in the Elite Four. Naruto joked. And I'll be waiting for the day, and warning the others as well. Now come on, let's head to the Pokémon Center and get some lunch. Kakashi said as they left, leaving several craters and a destroyed public square in Slateport City. Line break XXXXX. After dropping off Naruto's Pokémon at the Pokémon Center and getting a bite to eat, the group was outside the center as Kakashi was about to leave. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck, but I better get going. I've still got some stuff Professor Sycamore wanted me to do. Kakashi said. Well, it was nice to see you again after so long. Naruto said as he hugged Kakashi. Good to see you again too, Naruto. Kakashi said. You've come a long way. Keep doing your best and you'll go far. You too, Ash. Thanks, Kakashi. Ash said. It was nice to meet all of you. Good luck in your contest, May. Kakashi said. Thanks, Kakashi. May said. And Max, learn a lot from Naruto and Ash. You'll become a great Pokémon trainer following them. Kakashi said with a smile. I will, Kakashi. Max said. So, Kakashi, where are you going now? Brock asked. Well, I'm heading to check out some stuff Mauville City before I need to head to Rustboro. But hopefully I'll see you guys again someday. Kakashi said. Yeah, and maybe next time we'll have a battle. Ash said. Maybe, Ash. Well, see you guys. Kakashi said as he left Slateport City. You think we'll see him again? May asked. I have a feeling we will. Naruto said. But right now we need to help May for her contest. Right. Everyone said. End of chapter 2. 1. I just swapped out the Elite Four members from the Kalos region with some Naruto characters who are trainers. Naruto will have interactions with the Kalos region, specifically, the things dealing with Mega Evolution, like in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Kakashi will be the bridge between the two. Well, I hope you guys like the story so far. I'll try and skip some of the filler episodes of the anime to focus more on the journey, maybe gloss over some of the contest stuff but still keep it entertaining. With the introduction of Kakashi in the Kalos region, stay tuned to seeing more of him and maybe even other Kalos people, you never know. Naruto's got a keystone but still needs the Mega Stones for Mega Evolution, but since he's in Hoenn, he'll find some for his Hoenn Pokemon. I'll also be adding in plot elements from Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire to change up the narrative since Mega Evolution is involved. I'll also be including movie plot elements as well. Next chapter, Naruto and the gang stop Team Magma at Slateport City and then head to the Millennium Festival and meet the Wishmaker. Look forward to that. Also, if you guys have suggestions about possible Pokemon to add to Naruto's team, please leave it in a review or a message to me. With Naruto's limit to 12, he'll have a wide range of Pokemon, but I don't want any more legendaries. Deoxys is the only one for Naruto because I don't want to have that kind of story. That doesn't mean he won't interact with them, but in terms of his Pokemon team, I want Naruto to get far with regular Pokemon that are trained well. Think Pokemon from the Kanto, Johto, and the Hoenn region. I'll hold off on Pokemon from Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos until later. Keep an eye out for future updates to this and the other stories. I'll try my best to work on the Young Justice and Game of Thrones stories next, but life is very busy to keep writing. But stay patient, I'll do my best. Naruto's list of Pokemon. Ninetales aka Kurama, regular Pokeball. Level, 69. Ability, Flash Fire. Powers up fire-type moves if hit by one. Move list, Flamethrower, Iron Tail, Psychic, Fire Blast, Fire Spin, Flame Burst, Flame Charge, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hypnosis, Hyper Beam, Double Team, Overheat, Dark Pulse, Heat Wave, Swift, Zap Cannon, Shockwave, Psyshock. Shelgon, Great Ball. Level, 40. Ability, Rock Head. Protects the Pokemon from recoil damage. Move list, Zen Headbutt, Dragon Pulse, Focus Energy, Dragon Claw, Rock Smash, Double Edge, Flamethrower, Brick Break, Protect, Double Team, Stone Edge, Incinerate, Dragon Breath. Shiftry, Fast Ball. Level, 40. Ability, Chlorophyll. Raises speed in sunshine. Move list, Energy Ball, Razor Wind, Razor Leaf, Nature Power, Leaf Blade, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Dig, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Double Team, Leaf Charge, Growth, Synthesis, Extreme Speed, Leaf Storm. Riolu, regular Pokeball. Level, 21. Ability, Inner Focus. Prevents Pokemon from flinching. Move list, Quick Attack, Endure, Force Palm, Calm Mind, Mimic, Dig, Double Team, Rock Smash, Bulk Up, Poison Jab, Shadow Ball, Circle Throw. Lyron, Heavy Pokeball. Level, 34. Ability, Sturdy. Prevents one-hit KO attacks. Move list, Metal Claw, Headbutt, Rock Tomb, Protect, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Take Down, Metal Sound, Iron Defense, Iron Tail, Double Edge, Zap Cannon, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Water Pulse, Shockwave, Electro Ball, Rock Polish, Sandstorm, Hidden Power. Wartortle, Net Ball. Level, 29. Ability, Torrent. Increases Pokemon's water-type attacks when health is low. Move list, Skull Bash, Hydro Pump, Withdraw, Iron Defense, Rapid Spin, Ice Punch, Icy Wind, Bite, Protect, Double Team, Rock Smash, Brick Break, Blizzard. Deoxys, Ultra Ball. Level, 71. Ability, Pressure. Increases Pokemon's stamina and endurance in battle and when health is low. Move list, Psychic, Nightshade, Ice Beam, Double Team, Hyper Beam, Solar Beam, Thunderbolt, Shadow Ball, Focus Blast, Protect, Psycho Shift, Recover, Extreme Speed, Rest, Giga Impact, Sleep Talk, Water Pulse, Zen Headbutt, Psycho Boost. Psyshock, Psycho Cut, Psywave, Psybeam, Focus Punch.